Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't after. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police. No snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouting going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 million. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Krummer. We're joined with the other host, Lady Che. And on this season 5, episode 4, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. And those are, give me 1 second. Those topics are Carmelo Anthony, Kyle Rittenhouse or Kyle Shittenhouse plan against Carmelo Anthony backfires. Where is the same smoke for CAYSEN ALLISON people have for Carmelo Anthony? Wallo says we shouldn't support black businesses. Immigrants think Shuccing and Jiving will save them from getting deported. Are immigrants more successful than black Americans? Author reveals Kamala lied about how Joe Sleepy Jim Crow glitching Biden endorsed her. Is Letitia James about to go out like Marilyn Mosby? And when anti-black discrimination goes wrong, and last but certainly not least, we got pastor says blacks should submit to law and order. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the chat, or in the description, rather. All right, greetings, Lady Che.
Yep.
Greetings, Lady Che. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah. I don't let them. Yeah. Carry on.
Okay.
Stop.
So I actually forgot a topic, Black family, and that was, why is Karmelo getting so much support?
Giving him support. Now, why are foundational Black Americans and the broader Black community, why are we rallying around Karmelo the way we are? See, they're trying to figure that out. That's the thing that's really chapping their ass. Why are they supporting this guy so much? They're trying to shame us. No. Listen, you're not going to shame us. We're going to support this kid. Because, see, this case, it represents a new Emmett Till moment to a certain degree. See, this is another attempt by the media to demonize and criminalize a young Black male for defending himself against a white aggressor. You know, back we're not doing that Emmett Till shit no more. We just not going to sit by and let our Black youths get railroaded. And here's the thing. You know what I think with that dad, with Metcalf's dad? I think Metcalf's dad knows that Austin Metcalf was the aggressor. I think that dad knows. That's kind of why he's been kind of, first he was talking about, I forgive Karmelo, and he's distancing himself from these white supremacist groups because he knows, listen, I think they got video of what happened. All them people out there, somebody got some video of what happened, and they're holding on to it because I'm pretty sure, I'm thinking that video shows Karmelo getting jumped by both of them. This is just conjecture on my behalf, but I think there's some damaging footage that these people have, because I know they got footage, and the fact that they haven't released anything, that means it's in Karmelo's favor. If there was something damaging to Karmelo, they would have released it already. They would have released that already. So I'm thinking there's something going on with some video, and Karmelo's dad, not Karmelo's dad, but Metcalf's dad, I'm thinking he already knows that his son was the damn aggressor. And again, people are looking at us like, why are we supporting Karmelo? Well, the thing is, we're not letting this become a Trayvon Martin situation again, because see listen, the Trayvon Martin case, that kind of set the precedent for inaction.
Yep, in Black Family, that's also the same year I started my YouTube channel as a result of the Trayvon Martin case.
See, after the Trayvon Martin murder, there were many people in the Black community waiting on Obama's ass in the justice system with tether ass Eric Holder. We're waiting on them to do something. We thought, okay, we got some Black folks in power, so we ain't got to hit the streets. We got our guys up in there. We didn't realize that African tether, Obama, and Caribbean tether, Eric Holder, they don't identify as us. So we didn't have anybody in the White House. We didn't have nobody. We were met with silence. This time, the community, we understand we ain't waiting. We're going to act as a community to protect our youth. See? That's what it is. That's the new norm. And also, we understand that self-defense is a human right. This whole double standard, how self-defense laws are applied, we're just not going for that racial hypocrisy. We're rejecting that. The white supremacists are trying to paint Karmelo as a thug who should have submitted to aggression. And the Black community has a unified no to that narrative. This thing, you're not just going to walk up on us and start barking out orders and then putting your damn hands on us.
Right.
Like this is the year 1915. No, we're not going for that. We're tired of watching our young people get harmed. We're just tired of seeing it. The Central Park Five, Tamir Rice, all of these examples of Black youths being sacrificed to the system. We're saying no, not this time. We're saying absolutely not. We're not letting that go down. We're not letting that go down whatsoever.
Not at all.
And also crowdfunding, that's a form of reparative justice for us. See, the financial donations, that's just not about legal fees. That's a grassroots form of reparative justice. And we're taking it upon ourselves to fund justice when the system refuses to provide it.
Right.
You see? And, a lot of us, we see Karmelo, we see our sons, nephews, our students in that young kid. He was a good kid. Karmelo's a good kid. It's not no thug. He was on the right track.
Right.
And these people bothering him. That's why we're supporting him, because he was not a thug. And he is not a thug. He's not a degenerate.
Right.
This kid is on the right track. So we're letting our children know, if you're on the right track and then somebody puts you in a situation that takes you off your square, you're going to get support. We're going to support you because, listen, they support their degenerates in white supremacist society. Karmelo's not a degenerate. He was protecting himself from a threat.
Yep.
So we're making sure he's good, as we should. You see, supporting him, that means you're supporting yourself. That's a reflection of a shared experience, shared pain, shared resistance.
Yep.
And we're not just going to sit by and let the media try to undermine him and demonize him. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to create our own narrative, and that narrative is going to be the truth. And we're having a cultural stand against future targeting. See, every time the Black community let one of these cases slide, it sends a message that targeting Black youth is acceptable. That was the big problem, again, with Trayvon Martin. We should not have let that go on like that. We ignored it after it went down. After that injustice went down, we got kind of confused. We didn't know what Obama was going to do, so we kind of sat on our hands. And once the white supremacists realized that Obama wasn't going to do nothing, it was a green light. All these killings started happening right after Trayvon Martin.
Yep.
When Zimmerman got off, the green light was on. We're saying the green light is off. It's red. You're going to stop. You're going to chill. It ain't going to be no easy win no more.
Right.
That's what it is.
That is what it is. And like I said, I started my YouTube channel as a response, or reaction to the Trayvon Martin case, because I was following it very extensively. And at the time, I was living in Boulder with a bunch of crackers, and I was going off about the shit then in 2012. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to stop complaining about this. I started a YouTube channel, and I went back to Denver, and we were protesting it. And that's how I linked up with Pops, Chairman Sekou, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, this has very heavy for me. And then, like you said, right after that, it was a green light. And we seen from Mike Brown to Sandra Bland to Philando Castillo, all the way up to George Floyd. There was a full green light on Black Americans in this country. Was getting killed left and right by the race soldiers. So yeah, we dropped the ball with the Trayvon Martin, so we can't do the same with the Karmelo.
Supporting Karmelo, that's a strategic cultural defense to let the dominant society know we're going to fight back legally, financially, and publicly. And right now, we control the narrative. Independent media, social media platforms, grassroots mobilization. Listen, Black people, we're telling our own story. We're not waiting for the mainstream outlets to distort shit.
Right.
See? So donating, that's a part of a larger media counterattack. That's going to affirm our brother Karmelo's humanity and the community's power. So we're doing the right thing. And we're going to continue to do the right thing.
Yep.
You see? Let me get some folks in here. Let's get the prototype. The prototype in the building. What's up, prototype?
Hey, family. Hey, Tariq. You know I love you so much. But I just want to drop this gem in here.
Go ahead.
I want to know, why is it a problem for Karmelo to be able to crowdfund when both of those parents have two separate GoFundMe's, first of all,
Yep.
and the aunt actually had custody of those bully boys?
Wow. Damn. Yeah, I didn't even know the aunt had custody of them. Yeah, so yeah, the family, they're trying to get a bag out of it. So yeah, it seems like some finessing going on. Yeah, it's always that double standard. It's always that double standard, and we're saying no, the double standard is over. Let's get the Watcher. The Watcher. The Watcher in the building. What's up, Watcher? Since the Watcher, there you go. The Watcher, what's up, brother? Unmute your microphone, and while we're waiting on the Watcher, let's get where's my prayer warriors? Where's my prayer?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing, dear?
Good. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to say, like as I always have before, thank you for advocating for my son. He was also bullied in school as an autistic young 11-year-old child by a white boy, and was called racial slurs. And I'm thankful that he didn't, take matters into his own hands. But if he had it, I would want to believe that he would be able to, get the same, treatment as Karmelo has, and the same support.
Yeah.
Because going to a lot of these schools where they're predominantly white children, they do face a lot of discrimination.
Mm-hmm.
And I also want to state that I know that, we are stronger in unit. And I know when this stuff happened with my son, I had a lot of support, and we just really need to support this young man. What we're seeing right now is just a justification for the KKK and their uprising. It has nothing to do with Metcalf. It has everything to do with them trying to carry out a different agenda. I have been in a lot of underground sectors for years, and y'all have no idea how many of these organizations are in play right now. We have them all over the United States of America, and since 2020, we have a lot of underground organizations that are claiming to be disguised as other organizations that are really the KKK.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not this isn't a coincidence. This was just a host for them to latch on to uprise, to carry out their agenda for what their ancestors started. So I really need people to really understand what we are dealing with right now. It has nothing to do with Metcalf. Metcalf's death was literally just a host for them. And I have for many years turned over evidence to the FBI and everything, being in these groups. And they are very scary. The things that they say, the things that they have done. And I want to tell y'all something. Y'all need to watch your children, whose houses they go to. I know that a lot of us live in areas where there are, a lot of white people and stuff like that. And our children frequent their children. They are friends with their children. But I want to tell y'all something, the things that I have seen and the things that I have heard from also my white colleagues and my white friends that are also underground in these sectors. They are literally kidnapping our children. They are literally doing things to our kids, and you guys have no idea what they are planning. So as I'm saying, I'm telling you guys, I'm praying for everybody's kids. I'm praying for our community. I'm praying for Karmelo, because Karmelo was just the offset of what they needed to uprise a race war on brown and black people, especially black people. The hatred that they have for us right now is unprecedented. It's crazy. And I can't really say too much, but what I can say is just protect your children, be smart, educate your kids, watch your kids. If they have locations where you can put locations on their phones, please do that. Know where your kids are at all times. Every child you have, know where they are. Know where your family members are, your nieces, your nephews. Tell their parents to do the same thing. Watch out for your kids, because like I said, this situation that's going on right now, it has nothing to do with Metcalf. It's just they used him and his death as a host to uprise and to finish and carry out their bigotry, racism, agenda, and violence, perpetuated violence on Black people in our community. Anyway, thank you for letting me speak, and I appreciate it. I love everybody here, and thank you.
Thank you, dear. Yes, indeed. All right, let's get Freedom. Freedom, hop on in.
Hi, Tariq. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. How are you, Freedom?
Doing well, sir. I just have a quick question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What are your thoughts on the Black man who took a hatchet to the white kid in Tucson, Arizona? The white kid died today. What do you think about that?
Or the dude, were they at a bus stop or something?
Yeah, this black guy took a hatchet, Tariq. A hatchet.
The guy don't look. I saw the guy. He doesn't look black. That guy doesn't look black whatsoever. That's not a black guy. That's some other dude. He looks. I don't know what he is. He doesn't look black at all, and there's no proof that he's black.
Well, what is he?
I don't know what he is. He looks like some kind of hybrid. There's zero proof that that's a black person. And I saw the guy. The guy looks damn near Filipino or something. He looks like some type of ethnic other. He doesn't look like he's a foundational Black American at all. So I saw that.
So then I'm wrong. So he's not black.
Right. There's zero proof that he's black. And I saw the arraignment where he was in court. This guy has some curly, weird hairstyle. He looks kind of Samoan. Yeah, this guy. I don't know what he is, but again,
okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But we see a lot of that. We get blamed for everything. Let me get Professor Allen in here. That's the thing. These weird things happen, and they try to blame black folks. I saw this guy. He don't look black at all. Professor Allen, what's up, sir?
Hey, what's up, Brother Flex? Hey, family, how y'all doing? I just want to make a quick comment because I've seen a handful of videos of West Africans speaking out against our brother Karmelo, and I just want to address that with some history, brother. West Africans are have no standing to criticize anything our children do because of their past behavior. They're not protecting their own children. They're fleeing over here and leaving their children working in mines. According to Dr. Snyder in Slavery in America, published in 2000, the slave trade not only the slave trade not only commercialized the economy and changed the everyday life of Africans, but also corrupted them. That's important.
Yeah.
That corruption, in my view, for those of you who believe in a higher power, destroyed, their commerce, and like they have bad karma behind that. But Dr. Snyder further says, allegedly African kings sold wives with whom they were angry, and African parents sold children for whom they could not feed. Look at that. They were selling children they couldn't feed. FBAs would never. All that food in West Africa. I mean, it's food falling out the sky. I got lost in the jungle near Togo in 2023. It was pineapples and shit growing out the grounds, goats running around. And instead of snatching up a pineapple or snatching you up a goat to feed your daughter, they sold them. So with that type of moral aptitude, you have no standing to tell me about how I treat my children. On that, I land.
Man, brother, let me tell you, and brother Professor Allen made a good point. There's certain things we as foundational Black Americans, we don't really play around with kids like that as a community. We as foundational Black Americans, and I always point this out, we are the only group on the planet that does not have an open child sex trafficking environment. Meaning, you can't come around us to get access to kids where we can point to, okay, yeah, if you want a Black kid, you can go over here if you want to have your way sexually with them. We don't have no setup like that.
Right.
That's a no-no all across the board. In other groups and other communities, they have designated spots for that. In the Caribbean, a lot of folks don't know a big hub for the pedophiles for a long time was Jamaica and a lot of those little islands. The white supremacists would set up shop in these islands. Like, remember Epstein Island? Where was Epstein Island? It was in the Caribbean. There's a reason why. You understand? Epstein Island was in the Caribbean. They had another Bird Island up there in South Africa where they were taking boys. The white supremacists was taking them boys and doing all types of shit to them. And they sell their kids to these white tourists over in Namibia and places like that. We don't do that. We don't ever do that. You can't come around us and we'll tell you where you can go get a damn kid to do stuff with them. We don't play like that. We're the only people who don't do that shit.
Right.
Even on the streets, you don't do that.
Right.
Because we got that Majara spirit. And that Majara spirit, there's a spiritual and cultural value rooted in protection of children. You see? We've always considered children as being sacred. So doing something like that, that's a spiritual violation to us. Yeah? And we have a survivor-based ethos. As a lineage that survived slavery, we survived something very traumatic. We survived systematic violence, generational trauma. Foundational Black Americans, we've always viewed children as extensions of that survival.
Yeah.
Do y'all feel where I'm going? Y'all feel me? So protecting them has always been paramount to the ensuring of the continuation and resilience of the lineage. Yeah, so basically, we understand our ancestors had us in mind when they were surviving these atrocities. They were thinking about the offspring and sacrificing themselves for the offspring. So for us to allow somebody to openly violate these children sexually, that's disrespectful to our lineage.
Right.
So we don't have an institutional framework for no child trafficking or pedophilia. We don't have that goofy ass child marriage shit and tourism zones for no kids. We've never developed that sick shit or tolerated it. You know, institutions that we protect these children from sexual abuse. There's no historic or legal precedence within foundational Black American communities that ever allowed that type of shit. And we got street and community justice. Many Black communities, man, especially underserved by law enforcement, there's a legacy of street justice. Anybody known to be harming children like that, you're ostracized. You're dealt with by the community. There's no safe haven. Man, look, if a dude goes to jail, y'all know what it is. In jail, they found out you messing with kids, you got to go to PC.
Yep.
Your ass gonna get shanked. You gonna have to take your ass to PC. The street cats don't even rock with you. That's a no-no. You know, we've always had a cultural taboo about that. You know, that's a heavy stigma in foundational Black American circles. And, yeah, there are no loopholes and none of that stuff that will justify any type of child exploitation. And yeah, now there's people who do shit behind the scenes that folks don't know about. I'm not saying that stuff don't happen to kids. That's on some low shit that don't nobody know about. It has to be underground, behind closed doors, and you better not let nobody find out about it, because it's on. But in our culture, in foundational Black American culture, you know, children are always portrayed as needing protection, not objects of desire. You know, whereas in other communities, sexualization of kids, that's kind of their bag. You see? So, and we just been the moral compass in this country, despite us being marginalized. You know, we've always served as a moral compass, you know, fighting for justice, civil rights, dignity, and that rejection of child exploitation. That's a part, you know, that's a part of the larger ethical stance that's rooted in our dignity and our humanity that was denied during slavery. See, we know what it is to be dehumanized, so we don't want to put that on no child.
Right.
We had to sacrifice that type of weird shit during slavery, so we're not going to put that kind of trauma on no kid openly. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's some real deep stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Real deep stuff. Let me see. Let's see who we got in here. Yeah, we don't have shit like NAMLA, like the white supremacist community. They got little organizations, just open. They got open organizations for that nonsense. Like NAMLA, that still operates. They just let these people, they know what they do, and they just operate like it's nothing. And we're good on that. We ain't got no black version of NAMLA.
Right.
We better not. If somebody had some NAMLA type of shit in the Black community, they get stomped out the next day, as they should.
Right.
Huh? Oh, let me get some folks in here. Y'all raise them hands. Raise them hands, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, we in here deep. Let's get Bushmeat Barrister. Oh Lord. Boy, the family, they have not been wanting to hear from you, Bushmeat. The family does not want to hear from you. Yeah, you're starting to annoy the people, Bushmeat Barrister. Let's get Walmart Tire Center in the building. Walmart Tire Center in the building.
Hey, Tariq, I appreciate you putting me on.
Hey, I'm good. I'm glad you're here, man. Where you from?
I'm around, but I'm here in America, and I want to tell you, man, I listened to you on another, speaking another night, you know, there was a diverse conversation going on, you know.
Okay.
I appreciate your viewpoint. I'm happy to tune in tonight. I'm going to say, like old school radio, not a long time listener, but a first time caller. You know what I mean?
Right. I got it.
All right. But anyways, yeah, man, you know, from what I could speak on, from what I see today, You know, there's a lot of this continuing protest going on. A lot of these people out on the streets that seem to be up to no good. They believe in nothing and they'll fall for anything. And that's kind of been what I've been seeing a lot of, especially when we got a lot of what it seems like religious turmoil going on in the world. You know, a lot of people conflicting beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it kind of struggles me to see us internally struggling, for us to be fighting with each other when there's bigger issues, when there's bigger enemies at play, you know? And things can get out of hand when we start thinking like that also. But I just, man, it struggles me to see so many people, and maybe I'm getting too focused on what I'm seeing on my posts on X, but for so many people to be just following a no belief system, you know, and just anyways, you know, people chanting about, I don't know, man. I know you guys probably don't believe in these weird trans rights, and people with mental illness practically is what I'm saying are out here chanting in the streets, and you just got, I don't even know who these people are who I keep seeing.
Thank you, sir. Good freaking grief, man. What the hell is that? Okay. Dude, what are you babbling about?
Right.
You're not saying anything. I'm trying to let him get out one thought that's coherent. This dude cannot get out one coherent thought, and I'm giving you leeway. This dude is just babbling incessantly. Sir, you can't do that. This is not the trauma hotline where you just call up and just babble nonsensical. You got to say something. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
You know, dude, you know, a lot of pain, a lot of turmoil on the earth, dude. You know, I don't know, dude. I don't know. You know, I wish we all just, you know, go to sleep and wake up at 7. I don't know, dude. You know, there's a lot going on with these things and different tropes and narratives, and you know, I don't know, dude. I don't know either. I don't know what you're saying, man. Shit. You're just talking and ain't saying nothing.
Talking loud and saying nothing.
All right, we don't want to do that now.
All right, y'all. So this is why we are rallying and supporting our brother Karmelo Anthony. So if you can, please donate to the Give Fund Go or Give and Send Go. Help Karmelo. What are your thoughts, Lady Che, on Tariq's Twitter space on why the community is supporting Karmelo Anthony so heavy?
It was all over.
Mm-hmm. What's copyrighted by AMD?
What?
What term is copyrighted by AMD?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're going to have to elaborate on that, Mac 25.
By the way, that shit was almost, yeah, working the effort. Other than that, the chick, she just felt the fear of that push. It's had an opposite speed, but nonetheless, and everything else after that, it was all over the place.
Yeah.
All I gotta say.
Okay. Alrighty. So Kyle Shittenhouse plan against Karmelo Anthony backfires. So that's the next topic. For those that don't remember, Kyle Shittenhouse is the one that crossed state lines with a AK-47. His mother drove him across state lines to protect property. In reality, he was going to kill or shoot black people, and he ended up shooting 2 nigga lovers instead. shooting and killing 2 nigga lovers instead. So he pled self-defense, got off, and now we're dealing with the Kyle Rittenhouse effect. So he had something to say about the Carmelo Anthony case, and it backfired on him. So that's great news, great news, great news. So Willie D's gonna give us an update on that.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? So, Kyle Rittenhouse, the 2-time killer, has stuck his nose into the Carmelo Anthony case. Just in case you forgot, Kyle is the confused loner and killer who was swinging from Donald Trump's nutsack so hard that it compelled him to pull up on 2 men at a rally and shoot them dead in Kenosha County, Wisconsin in August 2020. MAGA leaped to his defense, but many of those same people have expressed outrage now that a judge has reduced Karmelo's bond from $1 million to $250,000. This guy took a gun purchased by his mama, an illegal gun. He was 17 years old at the time. He didn't have any right to be having that gun on him. But he took an illegal gun across state lines, committed multiple crimes. In the commission of a crime, gunned down 2 innocent people who were white. See, it's not a problem if you gun down white folks if they're not aligned with your ideologies. See, those 2 white guys, they had different ideologies. They wasn't down with the Trump mob. They were riding for another cause. And Kyle gunned them down because, as he said, he was afraid. They touched him. They didn't pounce him. They didn't kill him. That's what they trying. That's the narrative they're trying to paint. Well, you know, they was trying to kill Kyle, and you know that's the difference. Austin was not trying to kill Karmelo. He just asked him to move. Okay, he put his hands on him, but that doesn't give you a right to kill. It don't. Well, according to y'all, it does. Which one is it, man? Is it put your hands on me? I got a right to stand my ground and use whatever amount of force that I deem necessary to get you off of me? Or is it let people put their hands on you and do whatever they want to do to you? And if you survive, right on. If you don't, man, that's tough titty. Which one is it? It is the hypocrisy and the inconsistency. See, that's what a lot of people are up in arms about. The inconsistency. I'm talking about the ones who the shoe fit. You like to pick and choose when you want to have empathy. You want to pick and choose. You don't give a damn about victims. Not unless those victims' ideologies align with yours. That's all you care about. That's why I say they don't care about Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf is a pawn in the game that they play. They're only riding for Austin Metcalf because they don't want another black person to take the life of a white person who puts their hands on them. That's what that's about. So they're trying to mitigate any type of get back should they or someone they know or care about crosses the line. That's what that's about. It ain't about nothing else. I don't give a damn what they say. It ain't about nothing else. Check out what Kyle Rittenhouse fixed his Twitter fingers to say. So that thinks What Karmelo Anthony did was self-defense, but what I did wasn't. Can someone please help this make sense? Yeah, no problem. Your silly, dummy, following ass took a rifle, an illegal rifle you was not supposed to have, and crossed state lines looking for trouble. You went toward trouble. You was an instigator. Karmelo was not. He was minding his own business. You went looking for trouble with an illegal handgun purchased by your mammy. Karmelo had a knife that he had on him to protect himself, just in case somebody messed with him. That's the difference. Another big difference is the people who rode for you. Those same people who rode for you only rode for your dumb ass because you did their bidding. They care nothing about you. If you died today, they wouldn't as much as lose 1 second of sleep. Well, you know, Kyle Rittenhouse died. Kyle Rittenhouse, who is that? Well, the rest of them they know because, ooh boy, they know they're racist. Kyle died today. Kyle Rittenhouse. Hey, toast to Kyle. That's how much you mean to them. Dummy. You can look at Kyle Rittenhouse and tell he's slow.
Right.
You can look at him and tell he's slow. He got the nerve. After what he did to those people, killed 2, injured 1, he got the nerve to try to call out people who supports a young boy who is accused of murder in self-defense, an instigator is trying to take, it's on his high horse. Man, if you don't get your raggedy, it's never gonna stop. I've been seeing the memes and stuff they've been putting out about Karmelo Anthony. They've indicted the entire black race. They've indicted all black men, which is what they typically do. Anytime a black person does something, they treat us all as a monolith. But when they want our votes, they say, come on over here. You're not like them. Come over here. Here, business. You can't join this club over here because this ain't your business. We'll take those votes. Silly you. We'll take the votes. Yeah, that's how they get down. I see you. I see you. No more talk.
All right. I agree wholeheartedly with everything Willie D said about Kyle Shittenhouse. All right, what are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I just can't believe it's still so a topic of conversation.
You can't believe what?
He's still a topic of conversation.
Well, he made a tweet, Lady Che. That's why.
I can't believe it's still a topic of conversation. So irrelevant.
He's not irrelevant because it's been an effect when he got off with his self-defense case. It's been in effect since then. That's why he's still the topic of conversation, because you had all these self-defense cases that have taken place since then. So there's an effect that's been caused, and they're trying to keep that effect going, but Karmelo Anthony is putting a stop to that. That's why it's still relevant, Lady Che. Okay. Did you have anything else to say about this? All right. So yeah, like I said, I agree with Willie D. This is just ridiculous that Kyle Rittenhouse had the audacity to make a tweet like that when his ass had $1 million worth of whiteness, committed multiple felony crimes in the process of a crime, and then gonna have the audacity to say something about the Carmelo Anthony case. These caucasoids are something else. All right. So moving along, the next topic is punk ass Wallo. Oh shit! I forgot the other case that happened. That's what it is. So where is the same smoke for CAYSEN Allison people have for Carmelo Anthony? So CAYSEN and Allison killed a fellow student in the bathroom, but these Mayo militia don't have no smoke for that because the complexion of the people is lighter than Carmelo Anthony. So they don't have no smoke for that. But there's another case that's going on in Texas right now that really ain't nobody talking about. So that's what I'm going to play next. Shout out to General Sarah Suit and Seti for giving us an update on this.
General Seti, Sarah Suit and Seti, rock that notification bell, get a video. The one they call CAYSEN Allison, damn near the same situation as Carmelo Anthony. This white boy in high school, I think the same age, 17 years old, stabs another student in school, in the bathroom, kills him, stabs him 4 times. Just going to case three, just going to court 3 years later. You understand? Finally, just going to trial 3 years later. Been on house arrest for 3 years. Ain't even hit the radar. All these people's out here got the smoke for Carmelo Anthony. No smoke for CAYSEN Allison. Wonder why? Same situation, saying he was defending himself. Got a knife in school. Stabbed the boy 3 times. 4 times. Kills him. And no outrage. Nobody's saying, you don't have no activists, no white activists out here saying that CAYSEN Allison should be going to jail for the rest of his life. No activists, no media outlets, no YouTubers out here that's really pounding the ground like they doing for Carmelo Anthony. I wonder why. And so we're gonna start today to get some information on this subject. You see, and show you that it is most definitely a double standard out here when it comes to our people defending themselves. But see, when you talk about non-white, they looked at as animals. So, whatever you do, you did it because you had to do it. This has always been the excuse for why these things happen to non-whites. We was threatened. We had to defend ourselves and do no time. Do no damn time. So we're going to put this news report, just going to trial. Just going to trial. Where is this?
Fair use.
Got this video here. Let me see where that video at. There you go. I see. Okay, let's get it in here.
A high school student began today. The suspect, CAYSEN Allison, is accused of fatally stabbing fellow student Joe Ramirez in a Belton High bathroom back in 2022. This comes after several trial delays and almost 3 years since the incident. 6 News reporter Sydney Walker was back at the courthouse. Sydney, what was today like?
The morning didn't really get started until around 9:30, and what followed was Allison pleading not guilty. The witnesses were called to testify today, but overall today gave us a clearer picture of what went down in Belton High School hallways that May 3rd day. The prosecutor began in their opening statements revealing there is a recording of the incident. They also said that the conflict between Joe and CAYSEN began after an incident at a prom after party, and that Joe swung at CAYSEN first, accompanied by 4 others in that bathroom.
So they cleared that, you know, this guy, what is it, Ramirez or whatever, he swung on this guy, CAYSEN Allison, first. Same situation, same situation, and and so he was he says it's self-defense, same as Karmelo Anthony, but everybody is saying that he had no right to do that. He should have ran. He should have, he should have put his hands up and fought against 2 guys that happen to be 225 pounds apiece, 6 feet, and he weigh 130 pounds. And you mean nobody gonna fight no guys 225 pounds and you 130 pounds. You gonna fight 2? You wound up, you in danger. You in damn danger. You expecting a young man, 130 pounds to fight 2 guys? 225 pounds, just one 225 pound guy. Break you up, damage you, break bones, you ain't got no win, ragdoll you, and so especially if you fight back and then they get enraged and put full pressure down on you, you see, you in threat of serious bodily injury. But see, they don't see that in the Karmelo Anthony case, yet and still this is what this CAYSEN Allison is saying happened to him.
The defense countered by saying that Allison was not guilty of murder because, quote, CAYSEN survived what could have very well been death or bodily injury by.
He said they saying because what he could have been seriously injured. You see, serious bodily injury. Listen to this. Now we're gonna bring it back.
Back in 2022. This comes after several trial delays and almost 3 years since the incident. 6 News reporter Sydney Walker was back at the courthouse. Sydney, what was today like?
The morning didn't really get started until around 9:30, and what followed was Allison pleading not guilty. The witnesses were called to testify today, but overall today gave us a clearer picture of what went down in Belton High School hallways that May 3rd day. The prosecutor began in their opening statements revealing there is a recording of the incident. They also said that the conflict between Joe and CAYSEN began after an incident at a prom after party, and that Joe swung at CAYSEN first, accompanied by 4 others in that bathroom. The defense countered by saying that Allison was not guilty of murder because, quote, CAYSEN survived what could have very well been death or bodily injury by a group beatdown. The defense also made a motion to exclude photo and video evidence, which was denied by Judge Faulkner. The jury also.
They even tried to exclude the video. They got video of it and they want to exclude the video. I wonder why would they want to do that? If you got physical eyes, it must be speaking to something different than what he's saying.
The jury also saw security footage of the Belton High School hallways showing the students entering the bathroom and running out. This included video of Ramirez running out with a trail of blood behind him and eventually collapsing. Several witnesses took the stand today, including 911 dispatcher Amy Retz, security officer Philip Douglas Taylor, and teachers who responded to the scene. You can read more about the witness's testimony at kcentv.com. The trial is expected to continue tomorrow with more witnesses called to testify. I'll have more updates for you then. Live in Belton, Sydney Walker, 6 News.
Yeah, that's wild. That's really wild. That this is almost the same situation. But see, they don't want you, you know, anytime you got white people that end up dead, then, and he actually happened at school. Like, that's right. It did actually happen at school. And so why they ain't there, turn the volume up on me or on the video? The video done. Ray, can you hear me or was it the video? You say, I know that white boy didn't hurt nobody. Is that it? Yeah, I believe that. Oh, with the video. Yeah, a lot of times when, yeah. I don't know who recorded them. I don't know if they had, I know they, if it was in the, I don't know if it had to be somebody on the phone because they shouldn't have no video. Say the video was low. Let me see, was it? Yeah, that probably was high as it could get. That was about, yeah, okay. That about high as it could get because, you know, when you be downloading these videos, whatever the, you know, the quality of the video, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you ain't never, and you don't even hear this. What was he doing with a knife? He was already in violation. Right. Because he was in school with a knife. You see what I'm saying? He was in school with a knife. You're so goddamn it, you know, that right there is exposure. Right. Off top. Ain't even no ifs, ands, or buts. You got a knife in school, that's exposure. Okay? And so, yeah, he done went to the bathroom, and so they probably ain't no telling what was going on. You know, they all ended up in the bathroom at the same time. So he probably thought, you know, and it didn't go like it was supposed to go. But he went in there with that knife. You know, it was already premeditated. You know what I'm saying? It was already premeditated. And so they say Karmelo Anthony didn't even know the Metcalfs. This is what they saying. So he didn't. So if he didn't know them, then obviously it was not premeditated, even if he had a knife. But see, what they don't tell people is that, I mean, you know, again, I heard another brother say, I think it was introvert rock star, where in the South, everybody carry a knife. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? My grandfather used to be like that. He had a knife on because, you know, that's like, you know, for Boy Scouts and shit like that, you keep a knife on you for almost anything. If, you know, if you got to cut limbs off a tree, you know, if you need to, you know, for almost anything. It's like the number one tool that everybody, a hunter, a Boy Scout, a damn soldier, you're going to have a knife on you. And it's not for, and it could be for protection, but it's also a tool for many things outside of just self-defense. Yeah. So people, and I see, you know, when I was in Texas, I mean, they ride around with their guns right on the back of the car, all out in the open. You see what I'm saying? All out in the open. So, I mean, a knife, you know, but, you know, he had it at school. So that was premeditated that he had that knife. What was you going to do with it in school? You know, you're not supposed to have a knife in school. And he had that, but nobody's screaming like, why did he have a knife on him? They talking about why Karmelo had a knife on him. Why are they not talking about why CAYSEN Allison had a knife on him in school? And so maybe he felt threatened. Maybe he needed it. Maybe he felt threatened. Maybe he felt his life, but that was premeditated. He felt that he needed to have it on the school campus. This is totally different than Karmelo Anthony, who didn't even know these guys. They appear out of nowhere, you understand, bullying and putting their hands on him. And they got video of it. And I would love to see, with the video, they probably ain't gonna release it until court. You know, they probably not gonna release it to court because they don't want to. But I done already heard a lot of these self-hating YouTubers saying that the video is gonna say something other than what people's is saying. I would love to see the video at this time. You know, I would love to see the video at this time and see what we have to understand. You cannot determine the severity of the situation like the person who's in it. You know, I'm just not, you know, two big ass 200 and they 225. I'm looking for something. Period.
Right.
I'm not fighting. two guys. You know what I'm saying? And logically, you have to think before you even start that this and like the guy said, who saw the situation, who came and said that both of them was bossing up on him. So it was not just Austin Metcalf. It was his twin brother too. What are we expecting if they get in a fight that his own twin brother not gonna help him? So he and from my understanding, maybe I'm wrong. I'm thinking it was more than just them two. You know what I'm saying? It was more than them two. But them two alone is already you know, the odd is some, you know, insurmountable odds unless you goddamn Bruce Lee. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't know, you know, unless you Bruce Lee or goddamn, maybe you Raiden off of goddamn Mortal Kombat or some goddamn body, that you gonna fight two guys that's over you 500 pounds. So they got over damn near 400 pounds on you, and you gonna sit up here and fight them. I'm looking for something. Right. That's just all it is too. Right. I'm looking for something. Anything to keep y'all off of me. That's just all it is too. That's just logical. Right. You expecting, but see, this is what we expect. They don't, you know, there any type of the loss of white life is not to be tolerated. Even when they in the wrong. Yeah. It is not to be tolerated. But here in this incident, you know, same situation almost. And this guy, CAYSEN Allison, got other variables that Karmelo didn't have. Because this guy actually got a knife on the campus, which is expulsion. Yep. That's expulsion. You a threat to you're a threat to the you know to the school at large, to the student body, the staff. You a threat. Ain't no telling. You might trip with all this shit that's going on. That no weaponry on the damn school campus should be tolerated. So right there. So what are you doing with this weapon on that campus like that? And then you stabbed this boy 4 times. You stabbed him 4 times. And so not just Karmelo stabbed Austin Metcalf 1 time. And so this guy been sitting on house arrest for 3 years. They just coming to trial. They ain't even trying to push it to trial for real. You know, they ain't even trying to push it. They don't care. So, you know, the way it looked with that type of leniency, that this boy probably ain't gonna do nothing. Whatever, if he gets some time, even if he gets some time, you know, it's gonna be a slap on the wrist. What they'll do, they'll give him some time, and in 2 years, a year and a half, they'll be already out. They'll go before the board, the parole board, and they'll be right back out. They won't, you know, oh, he was good in prison. He was good, so we gonna let him out. He's 17 years old. Ain't no telling if they charging him as an adult. If they don't charge him as an adult, he gonna be out real soon. So you can just see where that's going. Yeah. So, he been in, But anyway, family, most definitely keeping our eyes on this. Because if they think they're gonna give him that type of leniency and drop the hammer on Karmelo Anthony, and they lying on them, and we're gonna talk about that in just a second. So, family, hit the general up. Make sure you subscribe right now. Don't get off of here without subscribing. Go over to the general. If you're on the general, go over.
And make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this CAYSEN and Allison case that nobody's talking about?
I think we should just focus on the kids today. I think we should focus on the kids on that. What's happening in one is not happening in the other. And it's not going to happen in the other. Focus on the one we have it.
But why isn't it going to happen in the other?
Why?
And why should
it's just marketing. It's common sense. We already know, like,
common these days.
We got beat the topic to death. It's very common sense. It's not gonna happen.
Common sense.
Again,
Common
one with the other kid can't. It's just the way it is. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Don't you know the answer?
Yes, it's called white privilege. That's the answer.
Now, why would you ask me that, Jesse?
Lady Che.
Very simple. I don't want to talk about it. It's very
true. Like,
it's
what?
so simple. It's the white supremacy, guys. Stupid answer. It's stupid to say. Moving along. What's the next topic?
If you don't,
that fucking topic to death, guys.
Lady Che.
What?
If you don't want to participate, you don't have to be.
I'm not participating. It's a simple answer.
No.
Racism, white supremacy. Need I elaborate? Don't you know what racial white supremacy is? Don't you know the fucking shit it at? Why do I need to elaborate on it?
Because we have people viewing, Lady Che.
I don't know what it is. Then he said what it was for 20 minutes.
I don't know why you're here, because if you're just going to bring this kind of energy.
What for me? It's that simple. I don't know any other way to explain it to you. What do you want me to say? Oh, gee, I don't know, Jesse. Why do you think it is? Oh, is that so? Okay. What else, Jesse? What else do you think it is? Come on, cuz.
So
what else is it, Jesse? Does this kid provide privilege or nah?
Definitely white privilege.
Okay. So do you feel like the other kid ain't getting the due justice because he's, an ankle biter, you can't talk to the media? Nah. Come on, cuz. Let's talk this. Next topic.
I don't know why you're in so much of a rush to get
Because, Jesse, we've been over this topic for 3 days now. Everybody and they got their mama talking about this. What's the next topic?
And they shouldn't.
No, but Jesus, it's the same answers.
Nobody's talking about this case.
What case? The white boy fucking was white.
Nobody's talking about CAYSEN, Allison.
The white kid?
They're not talking about this case.
The white kid.
Yes, they haven't said nothing about this case. They haven't said nothing about CAYSEN, Allison. The same state, same city, same everything. They ain't said nothing about this case. And like you said, it took them 3 years to trial about this shit.
The white boy is the aggressor, right?
In both cases, the white boy is the aggressor.
Okay. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know what you want me to say. I thought we were really focused on the case at hand.
No, this was a whole nother case.
Is it important?
That SETI had brought to our attention. Some of the other voices in the new black media. So no, it's not the same case.
What? What's so important, man? All right. Whatever answer you want me to say, Jesse, just say it. Get over it. I thought we were focused on one case at hand. Now we're focused on 2.
You thought wrong. Look.
For that motherfucker too.
The hypocrisy. Are
there money for the kid next to that kid?
I don't know, Lady Che. He might have a GoFundMe. The case is 3 years old. It's just now going.
3 years old. Not like last week or the week before. 3 years.
It's just now going to trial.
But it's 3 years old.
But it's in the same state, in the same city, same defense, self-defense, same age. Everything is similar, except this happened on school grounds.
Okay. So, did we not know about it?
No.
Okay, then how is that our fault?
Not saying it's our fault that we didn't know.
How are we supposed to know about it if
bringing it to our attention, because it's a similar case to what's going on with the Karmelo. Lady Che, if you're gonna be like this, you can just get off.
No, just let me ask you an answer your question. I'm asking you a question. You didn't know about it 3 years ago. Now you're supposed to get involved. Question mark.
Did you know about it 3 years ago?
You? Am I supposed to have feelings about it?
I guess not, Lady Che. Like you just
You
missed.
have feelings about it? Alexis is a little fucking white kid that looks like a demon.
Duh.
For him?
No, Lady Che. That's not. Lady Che, just leave the studio.
Why did I leave? What did I do? I don't understand why I'm supposed to have feelings for a case I didn't know about 3 motherfucking years ago.
I'm not saying you should have feelings about it.
I don't know why I should dialogue about a case I didn't know about 3 years ago.
That's not what the dialogue is about.
Then what is it about?
It's pointing
I didn't know anything about it 3 years ago. Why do I have to have feelings for it? Right now, I'm only right now. I thought we were only concerned about one case and one case in it.
No, Lady Che, there's a whole nother case that's similar to the case.
All right, well then I'll get involved. I'll get some feelings about it. Is that it? Are you gonna get some feelings about it?
I don't give no feelings about it, Lady Che.
Are you gonna raise some money? Are you gonna go hit the drum for it or what?
Lady Che.
Whatever you're on.
Lady Che, start with the attitude. Stop it.
Ask me a question. There's no attitude. It's just a question.
Oh, it's an attitude, Lady Che. It's very.
Question. Just be asking a question. Am I supposed to give a fuck what's we're hearing about? Am I supposed to bang the drum? Raise money for that case? What are we doing with it?
Lady, if you would stop talking, I could tell you why, but you won't stop talking. You just keep babbling. Look, the reason why we should care about it, because it's exposing the hypocrisy and the double standard that these white supremacists have. That's why we should care about it. That's why we're talking about it. But that went right over your head, like so many other things. So
I don't understand why we're so concerned about exposing hypocrisies that have been happening every day for fucking generations. Like that's not solving anything. It's not moving the needle. I don't understand why we have to keep exposing the motherfucking hypocrisy. They can continue to like us. You caught us. We'll try again next time. That what we're doing? Like that's dumb, man. Like I know we're ever gonna move forward. That's what I'm talking about. You think I'm just being like, combative and whatever, but I'm like, oh man, supposing the hypocrisy is what we know about. The fuck's that? It's not gonna help anybody. It's not helping. People are still dying. Shit's still fucked up, and they're laughing at us. So how are we moving anything? That's what I'm talking about. You just think I'm being combative and whatever else.
That's exactly what you're being. And they are caring about it because they wouldn't be crying about it right now. They've been crying about this Karmelo Anthony Metcalf case for the past 2 goddamn weeks. 2, almost 3 weeks now. So they do care about it, Lady Che. It's a very high profile, very serious case that's going on. But they're not acknowledging, and while we're bringing it up and bringing it to people's attention, it's this other case that's very similar to it that's just now going to trial. That's why, Lady Che. That's why. Jesus Christ.
Understood.
All right, moving along. So the next topic is this dude named Wallo. He says that we shouldn't support black businesses. So said he's gonna give us a bit on that too.
Clear about this very controversial comment that this guy Wallo, you know what I'm saying? Family and friends, and comment. Just don't say nothing stupid because I will ban your ass. Now, I'm gonna chime back in because I want to make myself clear about this very controversial comment that this guy Wallo, you know what I'm saying? Who then did 20 years. He did over 20 fucking years in jail, and then he come out. This is no attack on him. You see, this is no attack on him for whatever. But nigga, you didn't had a period where you didn't redeem yourself. Motherfucker can come out and shoot you down. Say, oh, nigga, you worthless. Even though you done made some money, you done came back, but nigga, you was a convict. You see what I'm saying? Whatever crime you committed against society, motherfucker could have threw you away. You don't understand what I'm saying? It got to be room for redemption. You see what I'm saying? You got to have room for redemption when you deal when you deal with your people. Okay? Our people is coming, and have had a legacy where they have done great things. You see, and there's many black people out here that are doing great things. We just tend to always put up the negative shit. So I do put up certain information that if a motherfucker shooting up the block and shit, I don't put it up all the time. Some motherfuckers' whole goddamn platform is this rapper was shot, this rapper was stabbed, this hot water was threw on this nigga. You see what I'm saying? That's their whole platform. We try to, balance it, where we do expose some negatives in the goddamn community, but we also highlight greatness because that's what we want. We don't want to see more, we don't want to always report, goddamn negative shit on our people, but we don't want to hide it if it's crucial that our people recognize that there's something going on in their community. We cannot hide it from them. But yet and still there is some positivity that's going on. I don't, and so for the nigga Wallo to actually make a comment like he did, fuck, that's a hustle, black business. No. You can't come like that, nigga. You can't come like that. You have to be, you got to have some compassion for those that's out here that's actually doing a good work. You see what I'm saying? You have to say, okay, you balance the scale. Yeah, okay, if you over here and you ain't doing what you're supposed to be doing, that's one thing. But also people over here that's doing a good deed, you want to give them credit. You want to give them credit. Say, oh, my people's over here doing good work. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to highlight them. You want to come in here, you want to highlight the negativity about, is you got consistent. Motherfucker, do the white man got consistent goddamn workers in his goddamn the shit that they cooking in the goddamn back? See, if you see, the thing is, like when we stand up for our people, when we stand up for Karmelo Anthony, they want to say, oh, why would you do that? And they want to always come negative all the time with our people. They don't give our people no chance. You understand what I'm saying? Motherfucker, you guilty before you even get to the goddamn courthouse. You guilty. They done already crucified you. Many of these people that have already found Karmelo Anthony guilty before he even have a goddamn court date. You see what I'm saying? They crying over Austin Metcalf. And here, you didn't have crazy goddamn shootouts, and they didn't put another one up here. We didn't have some niggas that went up there and did some crazy shit too. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. And we're gonna speak on that. We're not hiding the fact that we got some problems. But goddamn it, they got way more goddamn problems than we got. You see, but we don't drop the hammer on them because motherfucker, when you start dropping that hammer on them goddamn crackers, you're gonna lose them goddamn contracts. So it's easier for you to spit on black people, and they didn't just came out on these motherfuckers, say they've been charging niggas 1,000, everybody in society all around the world, they've been marking the motherfucking bag, Louis, Huey Vuitton, Poochie, Gucci, you see, Nada, Prada. You've been buying all, they've been marking that shit up 1,000 fucking percent. Ain't nobody dropping the hammer on them for stealing from the people, marking the goddamn medicine up. You see what I'm saying? 1,000 goddamn percent, 500%, getting it overseas dirt cheap. Damn people dying because they can't get their damn medicine because they didn't mark the goddamn medicine up 500%, 600%. You see what I'm saying? So what the fuck? What the fuck is you talking about? So you don't drop the hammer on them. You see, because when you start like Kanye, and I don't agree with shit, but he's coming out of his mouth fly on it, and they knocking his ass upside the head. And so people are taking that goddamn what they done to Kanye West. He had $1 billion contracts, was canceled, and this, that, and the third. They didn't learn the lesson from Kanye. Keep their motherfucking mouth closed when it comes to them damn Neanderthals. Don't be talking about them damn Jews, even though they scandalous as anybody else. Just as then don't talk about these Anglo-Saxon Neanderthal, because you're gonna have problems. You're gonna have problems and shit. So it's easier for you to talk about black people because you feel that it ain't gonna be no consequence. It's easier to talk about black people because it ain't gonna be no consequence to that. So it ain't that we don't hold our people to high standards. You understand? It's the way we come at it. We want our people to be positive in opening up black businesses. You see, we want to see our babies, they need to see thriving black businesses so they can see that this is something that they could, they might want to, they have some ideas about a business that they might want to open. You see? And so, we have to have these ideas and see businesses and economy is essential to the upliftment of our people, knowing that the way you view it and how you come at it, because it's so essential, you leave, you come first from the high end saying, look at all these black businesses that's doing good. You see what I'm saying? This is how you should run a business. See this family, they got a restaurant over there. They running a good business. This is how you run a business. There's a lot of people that need to look at how they running their business and emulate. You understand what I'm saying? Keep your restaurant clean. They do it. You see what I'm saying? They look at the people that patronize them for that. You don't come in, fuck black business. That's a hustle and this, that, and the third without first. So what about the ones out there that's doing good? You see what I'm saying? That's a hustle. You didn't leave no room for those that's, doing good and setting high standards and living up to them high standards. You didn't leave no room for them. You come in with the hammer and you're not going to do it to white people because they're going to punish your punk ass. They're going to punish your punk ass. And they just as filthy, nasty. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, you can go on there right now. And they got videos where white people, and it's crazy. Restaurants all over the United States, they dig in their ass and go and go fix your hamburger. They motherfucker snot a Louis in your goddamn Big Mac and put some sauce on the motherfucker. And so what the fuck is you talking about, nigga? What the fuck is you talking about? You ain't dropping the hammer on them. You ain't dropping it, man. They got motherfucker pissed in the chili. I'm not making this shit up. The motherfucker pissed in the chili and stirred that shit up. You understand what I'm saying? Took a scoop, put that shit in a cup, and put that shit through the goddamn the drive-through. You see what I'm saying? All them motherfuckers, damn near majority of them was Cro-Magnon Neanderthals. You see what I'm saying? The most of them motherfuckers, man, they didn't went down there and they were showing how many goddamn restaurants they was closing down, man. Motherfucking Chinese motherfucker, you go back there, the fucking all that shit filthy. They were showing how the motherfucking city was going in there, shutting that shit down. They was in there filthy than a motherfucker. So yeah, you know, when you talk about people not aspiring to high standards, a lot of times that's across the board. But I seen some shit that I don't think black people, unless they on the lowest fucking level of existence, the shit that I saw on that video where they was fucking doing all type of scandalous, man, listen here, motherfucker go in there and be ready to cock the hammer, nigga, and straight just, you know what I'm saying, put it on the wall, nigga. You feel me? Motherfucker know a motherfucker was doing all that type, man, and put a motherfucker, man, you'll come up missing. Straight the fucker. Motherfuckers will go up insane and be looking for your ass for some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So you go with, but don't be, and they'll mix that shit up in there. And nigga, you be in there talking about, oh man, this is a wonderful meal. Nigga, this, that, nigga, you didn't ate shit. You understand what I'm saying? And the crazy shit about it, some of these motherfuckers was high-end restaurants. They wasn't high-end restaurants where the motherfucking city come in and shut that bitch down. You go in the goddamn kitchen and the shit nasty than a motherfucker. You go in the Arab store and motherfucker got goddamn dust on the goddamn cans of fucking food in that bitch. Goddamn 3 inches high. And they don't even go over there and dust the shit. You look at the goddamn date on the shit, and the shit is goddamn 4 years already dated. You see what I'm saying? So if motherfuckers want to do, them motherfuckers got more businesses than that. Ain't never heard of niggas drop the hammer on them. We busted a motherfucker. Man, the motherfuckers in the community busted a motherfucking Arab. He had a goddamn a fucking ice cream truck. This motherfucker had a bucket, a motherfucking, one of them, like one of them pail buckets and shit, a pail. And you know what I'm saying? And this motherfucker wasn't stopping to go into a bathroom. This motherfucker was pissing and shitting on the back of the goddamn ice cream truck. You see what I'm saying? So, but motherfuckers don't drop the hammer like that on them. That's who need to be getting the hammer, because these are the majority of the goddamn businesses in the goddamn community. In order for black people to compete out here, they really got to have high standards. You see what I'm saying? In order to, get for motherfuckers, because niggas already got that, whether, the Arab got a better stove, the white man got a better stove. We gonna go down here to the white man. You understand? The black business is aspiring. They might not have all the things in there that they got down. So niggas will go down to the Arab stove. I remember one time this one brother, he had come, I believe he was from Jamaica, and he had come to Detroit, and they called the goddamn cold brew stove. In order for him, he had to come up with his niche. And man, and it is what it is. Man, that motherfucker had figured out a formula. Nigga, any 40 you wanted, and beer. Niggas drink beer. White people drink beer. Don't get mad. They drink more beer than niggas could even imagine. Every fucking football game, every baseball, them motherfuckers are drink. Man, they got paper. They in there buying $300-400 worth of beer. One motherfucker. They out there drinking beers like a motherfucker everywhere they go. So this one brother, they called it the cold brew store. He had figured out a formula where the top of that motherfucking 40 be nothing but ice. The bottom of it wouldn't be froze, just the top of that motherfucker. So when you open it and you pull that motherfucker up, you see what I'm saying? That cold ass beer rush past that ice. Man, that motherfucker had figured out a formula. but he kept his shit tight. You understand what I'm saying? Black people, man, listen here. I'm telling you, he was right outside of a park, Chandler Park. Man, that motherfucker, that black man would have businessmen coming from the park. He didn't play no game. They was respectful in the store, you know, and people respected them. You see what I really don't know what happened to the situation. You know what I'm saying? He was there for some years, though. And black people supported the hell out of it. They did not go down. No, they went down there, and that man would have a line and shit. You see what I'm saying? And so, yeah, he kept his store clean. He had good products, and he talked to the people, you understand, very respectfully, like this was his people. You see what I'm saying? So you have stories like that. You know what I'm saying? Where you could talk good about your people. And then those that ain't doing, you say, look at these good black businesses. Aspire to do what they doing because they are amazing black people that's doing good work. Okay? Don't come from the bottom, fuck black. Man, fuck that nigga, man. I don't respect that, and I don't respect nobody that follow me. And it's not that we condone what we know motherfuckers is wrong. You see what I'm saying? That just like motherfuckers jumped on Carmelo Anthony and said, he's a thug, he's a thug. He ain't a thug. The young man got straight A's. You don't even know who the fuck he is. You sitting up here condoning, you don't even know what the fuck, what the young man didn't accomplish. So you would say he's a thug and this, that, and the third, and the young man got straight A's. The young man got 2 jobs. The young man is the captain on his football team. He's a leader. And mom and daddy say he's active in his church. You see, he got 3 young siblings that that look up to him. So he's doing the good work, but they say he's a thug. Why? He ain't never had a record. You understand? Told the motherfucker don't put his hand, and you shouldn't have put your hands on him, and you fucked around, and you got, and then, but anytime the white people, they crazy, they do some real crazy shit. They don't do their people like that. They ain't gonna say that motherfucker that went up in the mansion in Philly. All white peoples is like that. You understand? But anytime something happened with black people, is already assumed that they a thug, that they doing something negative, and so we shoot them down. Don't give him no bail. Don't do nothing. You see what I'm saying? That's a sad situation that we are in today. You see, such a sad situation. So I don't agree with him at all. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. And I wasn't looking at you say, well, he's still talking like he's in prison. He do. He do. You did 20 years, nigga. Motherfuckers, and so motherfuckers supporting you after committing crime. You understand what I'm saying? So goddamn. Somebody gave you room for redemption, but then you turn around and look at everybody and you want to drop the hammer. What if they would have dropped the hammer on your ass? Don't let your ass out of prison. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Black-owned spots in Detroit are better established by far. These foreigners don't give a fuck. The conies are trash. That's real talk. That's real talk. You talking real information right there, good brother. Yeah, fuck them. They've been feeding us poison and shit for the longest. You see what I'm saying? For the longest. You know what I'm saying? Ain't even employing black, and we ain't looking for them to do it no goddamn way. So yeah, that's my take on that, family. I'm gonna move past this one and saying, but I had to come in and give support to those of my people that's doing good. I love to see black people winning. That's what I'm talking about. I love to see black people winning. That's what I love to see. And I hate to see black people lose. So, I always look for a way to find something good in my people, highlight that. And when shit go wrong, I'm going to highlight it. I'm gonna speak on that, but I'm going to show where, we should have seen, this is the best of us that we should try to ascend and try to emulate, the best of our people. That's the reality of, liberation. You have to look to the best, the highest standards of your people, and you have to thrive to want to be that. All right. Hit some of them links over there in the chat.
Yep, I agree. So let's see what this bastard said, so y'all have a better idea where said he was coming from. Let's see what this jailbird Wallo said. Let's see.
Us. Oh, I'm black. No black people. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Kill that shit. Now. Either you got a good business or you don't. All that shit, don't nobody want to hear that shit. That's a hustle. Support me because I got a black business. Is your restaurant clean? Is the food good? Do you got consistent cooks? Is the material on your shit good? Stop doing that. Oh, you support the white people? No, I support consistency, baby. Yeah. Well, fuck about what color you is. I'm gonna spend my money. That paper, I'm gonna spend them bills where the fuck I want to spend it at. Whether it's Porsche, Ferrari, I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do while I'm here. But I'm gonna tell you one thing, I ain't gonna be finessed off some black shit. But one thing about it, 70% of you motherfuckers is not going to make it. I'm not no motherfucking fake ass motivational speaker that talk this dumb shit. I'm the #1 nigga in the country. You know why? Y'all seen me come out of the penitentiary. I make millions and I make millionaires, baby. You understand me? I come from the ghetto. Us. Oh, I'm black. No black people. Nobody gives a fuck about.
So that's what he said. He said what he said. I disagree with what he said, but that's what he said. So the next clip. Go ahead, Letitia. You have something to say?
I think he was way out of hand.
Huh?
I think he was way out of hand.
You think he was what?
Way out of hand.
Yeah.
Like, what was his point? You know?
His point was we should just support a business because it's black.
Yeah. I don't think that's a way of getting this point across. You know?
Right. Right.
See what I'm saying? Ain't nobody dropped the hammer on them. Now you come out, motherfucker. You wanna single out black people? Who's selling the liquor? Who's selling all the bad food in the goddamn community? You ain't drop no hammer on them, but be easy on him. No, we gonna, when you come out and you swinging blows, see, I know this. I know when I get to swinging blows, I know to have my arm on. You ain't got to be easy on me, nigga. Ain't nobody got to be easy on me, because I can take care of my motherfucking self. And if I say some shit that I know is going to be controversial, if I know it's going to be controversial and it's going to nudge niggas, I'm expecting motherfuckers to come in. And I'm going to take care. Ain't going to be no be easy. No, nigga, bring what you got. Bring what you got. Because when you step like that, you should be expecting. You see, it's a hustle. Motherfucking goddamn Arabs been goddamn selling shit in bogus shit in the goddamn community all this goddamn time. He ain't came out and said one motherfucking thing.
Right.
Be easy. Wait a minute, hold up. Now I got to stick it to you. Where you at? I don't care if you family or not. Yeah. No, wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go and put you on. Blast. Yeah, I got to do it. Family Films HD. We can't keep holding on Black shot with me over people's head. Listen to it. Let me tell you something. Family, friends, films, and whatever you is. What we trying to do is sustain our goddamn community.
Right.
Yes, we got a lot of goddamn work to do, because we've been out of the goddamn business, been out of business. We've been doing good business as we go down through history. We was robbed of a lot of our goddamn businesses. You see what I'm saying? We was robbed, so we had great quality, and black businesses were known to have some of the best goddamn quality back in them days than any guy, and that's what brought the goddamn jealousy. Ain't nobody, listen here. If you don't love your goddamn people, see, I love my people.
Right.
I don't accept anything from them, but I'm gonna start at the top and work my way down. I'm not gonna start at the bottom and demand my people be, at the tier of excellence, and I do expect them to work towards that. But when you coming from the bottom and we ain't got no businesses to sit up here and decimate what little shit we got. You see what I'm saying? You make them aspire to excellence. You don't destroy them and shoot them down like that. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
Okay? That just like, I know it's some young cats out when I was when I was in school, and the young gods and shit, they was doing all type of crazy shit.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? And one time, I'm gonna just tell you like this. One time, little cat, he tried to flex. You see what I'm saying? He tried to flex, and I went hard on the young god. Young god, and I told him, well, nigga, and it was full of goddamn, students, and everybody stopping because they really think it's gonna go down. Now that little nigga know he couldn't whoop me, right. But I went in so goddamn high. I went in on the nigga like he was a goddamn, but he came at me hard. You see what I'm saying? And the kids really, I was in my right to do what I did, but it sent a spirit, you know what I'm saying, amongst the goddamn students, like, goddamn, Mr. Blunt, he out cold. You see what I'm saying? And that's not the aura that I wanted to give. So now, I'm trying to get the young gods and goddesses to come into my program. Now they looking like I might flip the script on them. You see what I'm saying? So I knew where they was. I knew they hadn't had no damn work. I know shit. When I started listening to them, goddamn it, they was doing, man, the shit that they was going through at 13 and goddamn 14 and 12, I hadn't even went through at none in my goddamn life. I had to take some into consideration the shit that they had went through. You see what I'm saying? The shit that they had went through. And when I started listening, I had to have some form of compassion. I could have went through there and knocking motherfuckers down like bowling pins. But I didn't do it. You know, I said, you know what? You know, I ain't gonna do it. And so what I did when I saw the young guy the next day, I was walking through the goddamn hallway and I seen him. You see what I'm saying? I just happened to see him. It was by, you know, a coincidence that I saw him. And I said, you know what? I pulled him aside. I said, what's up, young guy? How you doing? You see, you know, and I kind of say, yeah, we got off to a bad start yesterday, but you know what? I'm going to see the Detroit Pistons. You feel me? And you know what? I want you to ride with me. You know, we're gonna be up here. The bus gonna be out here tomorrow. You know what I got some tickets for you. And the young guy came and showed up, and he became one of my greatest supporters. You see what I'm saying? I had to come back and flip the goddamn script. Yeah, people's is starting and ain't always where you want them to be, but you give them aspiration. You don't come at them and unless it's one of them motherfuckers. Sometimes people need to be cleaned up. But black businesses is the foundation of our goddamn community. Right. You can't deal with that just like what you saying, we gonna stay slaves. Mm-hmm. What the fuck is you talking about? I'm gonna support, okay, motherfucker. So what you are saying is we gonna stay slaves. We can't give fuck your support then. Take it where the fuck you want to take it. Take it to the Arab, take it to the white man. Take it where you been taking it. That's really what you're saying. As if these motherfuckers ain't worse than any goddamn business. I seen Arabs shit in buckets in the back of the goddamn store. We caught one motherfucker. He was an Arab. He was selling ice cream, and the motherfucker had a bucket on the back of the goddamn ice cream truck. You see what I'm saying? I done seen these motherfuckers doing some of the shit I ain't never seen black people do. Don't drop the hammer on you. Go your ass up there every goddamn day. Same motherfuckers. If we put a goddamn camera on your ass, I guarantee you can go your ass right up there. Old ass goddamn cans of soup and goddamn 5 years outdated. And motherfuckers got dust on it. You go in there and the goddamn cans of goddamn food got goddamn dust. All the goddamn products got dust on. They don't even go in and niggas go in there and buy blunts and goddamn whatever the fuck they get on, drop the goddamn hammer on the air. Yes, aspire to teach our inspiration. Do better. I'm gonna come here, but goddamn it, do better. Get this shit up off of here, man. I'm gonna come here and spend a couple dollars and do better. Don't come here. It's a hustle and shit. It's some black people out here, separate. Nigga, you didn't separate. Oh yeah, we got family over here doing great. We got family over here needs some work. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna support black business. I ain't gonna be about no black business. And then you sitting up here supporting the goddamn Cro-Magnon Neanderthal, these goddamn sand monkeys and all the rest of these motherfuckers. And then you gonna turn around and say, fuck black businesses and shit and not even give credit to none of the damn businesses that very well may be doing excellent, may be doing a goddamn good ass job. You didn't say shit to that. Man, get out of here, man. You done fucked around and pissed me the fuck off, man. Straight up. Y'all niggas is weak. Everything you motherfucking niggas go against Karmelo Anthony. Goddamn Cro-Magnon Neanderthal knocking niggas down like bowling pins. Motherfuckers don't say shit. When it come time for goddamn Karmelo Anthony, these motherfuckers on the goddamn making all type of goddamn video. And making videos every goddamn other day is trending and shit. But when it was time for Sonya Massey, I didn't see your motherfucker say nothing. No. That shit came and went. Motherfucker didn't say a goddamn, maybe one video here, 2 videos there. That came and went. Ain't nobody even talking about it. But because he didn't knock down a Cro-Magnon Neanderthal, it's trending. Motherfuckers is mad. And so everybody want to come up here on the goddamn internet and go against the young man. And then when goddamn Trayvon Martin, y'all didn't go hard on Zimmerman like that. Yeah. Y'all didn't go hard on with Dylan Roof and the rest of these demons that be walking around. A goddamn demon just killed his goddamn parents and some more shit. Motherfucker burned down the goddamn. I mean, you find 5 and 6 and 7 one of these crazy motherfuckers every week. Motherfuckers don't say shit. I ain't going light on no goddamn body. You didn't go light on the black businesses. Then goddamn it, I ain't going light on you. Goddamn it. So don't come over here with that weak shit. That's weak. That's weak. Straight up. That's weak. And anybody else that don't goddamn like you instill aspiration, saying, yeah, we come from greatness, man. You can't do this shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, give them some pointers. Say you do this, that, and the third. If you go into a black business and they ain't doing what they supposed, or they ain't, you know, maybe they ain't got some motherfuckers got to start from the bottom. Yeah, but we still expect you to be clean. And everybody is not nasty. You acting like our people nasty. Right. Everybody nasty. Man, get the fuck out of here. Goddamn Chrome. They got the goddamn videos up there where these goddamn Cro-Magnon Neanderthal be digging all in their ass, going to make your goddamn hamburger, dig all in their nose, go stir the soup with it. Motherfucker, they got one motherfucker in the back goddamn pissing in the goddamn chili and shit like that. And you mean to tell me you got enough nerve to drop the hammer on black businesses? They got videos, man, with these motherfuckers make you stop, nigga, going to any goddamn restaurant. You see what I'm saying? But niggas don't say nothing about that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yeah, he ain't nothing. But I don't trust a nigga. Hey, motherfucker ain't got no hair on your goddamn face, and nigga, I don't. And I hate to say that, man, but you know it is what it is. Motherfucker, you look like a federale. Motherfucker, you clean shaven, and you in here. And you come, nigga, where your hair at? Nigga, you supposed to be a lion, nigga. You coming around here looking like a Bambi or something, nigga. You ain't no goddamn lion, want to disrespect black businesses. So I don't respect that. Right. You see what I'm saying? It's how you want to come at the situation. You could drop the hammer, but we understand that black businesses is essential for the survival of the black community. Right. It's essential for the survival of the black community. Is not up for dispute whether black businesses thrive and survive. It's mandatory. You just gotta. You see what I'm saying? For the survival of the black community, and because that is such a crucial element of our liberation, then we can't allow nobody to come in and just expire you. Some of your own goddamn family. Your child might do something wrong. You gonna drop the hammer, or you gonna teach them and build aspiration in them to do better. And so I think that was some fuck shit for him to come out. Yeah. Matter of fact, you know what? I don't even think I want to play this nigga frequency. Fuck his frequency. I don't even want to hear that shit. You see what I'm saying? I don't listen to the niggas no way. Period. You know what I'm saying? I don't listen to the nigga no way. And and so that's that. I never will. And so just like he said, fuck black business is really which is so essential to the guy. Look at what Donald Trump trying to do. That motherfucker trying to cause upheaval all over the goddamn planet to get business. And they've been robbing our ass for the goddamn longest. They've been going over to goddamn China, buying shit dirt cheap, coming over here selling it to your black ass for damn near 1,000% marked up. Yeah. Ain't no motherfucker saying nothing about that. The Indians just came on the other video saying they over there, the goddamn shit that they selling in America and they selling in goddamn India, and they marking that shit up. Damn near 200, 300, 400 goddamn %. Ain't nobody said shit about that. Ain't nobody said shit about that. You in here buying Poochie and thinking it's Gucci, getting that ain't Prada, that's nada. That ain't Prada, that's nada. You over there you ain't got the Rolex, you got the Polex. You over here thinking you going out there getting nigga, and they in here selling your ass. You understand? The same shit that they selling over there, they selling, goddamn it, the same goddamn Chinese goddamn warehouse making all that shit. Ain't a nigga said nothing. Yeah, you gonna come over here and go hard, that hard, and then drop no hammer on nobody else. Boy, I tell you, boy, ain't nothing like a nigga with self-hate down in his bones like that. Right. I don't give a goddamn where you from. It's about goddamn frequency. I don't give a fuck where you from. If your frequency off, nigga, I'm cutting into you. I don't give a fuck where your goddamn boundary, your city limit, state, county. I don't give a fuck where you from. If your frequency off, nigga, you getting that work. period. So goddamn it, y'all don't like it. I tell you what, you ain't got to come back over here. I can tell you just like that. You ain't got, because goddamn it, we over here, we about black divinity. We about black power over here. And we tell our people to aspire to be great, just like their ancestors. And that's what we do. And we know it's a lot of family out there that's putting in a lot of good work, and we give them credit. And for all the ones that's not, you know what the standards of our people is, do better. You understand what I'm saying? Stop taking shortcuts, goddamn it. If you ain't gotta take none. Keep your shit clean. Keep your presentation courteous and welcoming. And if you do that, we'll work with you as you build up. You see what I'm saying? And get where you need to be. We can't chop our people at the goddamn knees when we know we trying to get started to get back in our community like we need to be. You do not like it, do not bring your ass over here. If you was a goddamn self-hating ass nigga, and only thing you can do is talk about the decimation of the black community, critical aspects of liberation that we need, and you can't do no, but don't bring your ass. So I was about to go all the way in. Don't bring your ass over here. And goddamn it, as I said, that those out there, hit the goddamn subscribe button. Yeah, nigga, get that work. We aspire to be divine. We goddamn, we build, we instill inspiration in our people. You see, we instill the commitment for our people to do better. That's what we want. That's right. And they will. And I have nothing but the total faith in my people, because if I don't, I'm gonna be a sucker ass nigga like you. And that's not gonna happen. You feel what I'm saying? This is General Sarasun Seti. Again, hit that subscribe button, like the video,
and do the same for Frontline Black News. All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on this? I have another video to play, but go ahead. What's your thoughts on this?
I think it's right. That video is just really, I don't know, destructive. So I think he's right. He was right the first place. So he was right.
Who was right, Seti or the?
Seti, obviously.
Okay. All right, let's just clarifying. All right, yeah, I agree.
That first video I thought was real destructive, and I didn't think you should talk like that. And and even if you come up, you should talk to people like that. That's that kind of attitude that make nobody want to listen to you.
Yep.
So I don't think you should talk to people like that. I mean, I don't think you should baby nobody, but I also don't think you should talk to people like that, because that's not how you get any kind of respect or any kind of real following to want to learn anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's probably a Democratic shield too. It was like how the Democratic shields was talking down to us the last election. Like, you're stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. You should just do what we say. And it's like, no, nigga. You're not talking about supporting black businesses. I'm definitely not fucking with you.
well, it doesn't talk about picking it up either, or showing anybody how to. You know, not everybody knows how to start a business. Not everybody knows what's all entailed, or what really it takes, or what are the downfalls, or you know what I mean? So you can't, what are the pros and cons, what are the benefits?
That is what I'm
What are all the parameters? It's not that easy to talk about that type of shit. But instead you come in with a shit ass attitude and a demand and a force that like makes people think that they feel inadequate. So how the fuck you even get to do what you allegedly accomplished? You know what I mean? So sounds like a bunch of bullshit. You know, that just to enrage the lower end of people who are trying to come up from struggling. They're about to be, you know, they're about to feel it through the regime. You know what I mean? So that's what I think. I got a more time to be that. I told you I got a major big data.
Well, if you have to leave, Letitia, you can leave. Like,
Go ahead, carry on. Just come on.
all right, I have one more to play on this.
Some crackheads. I love it. It's a crackhead flying over a bat, and I think the bat turned into a vampire crackhead. So it's very interesting out here in New Orleans. Very, very interesting. But listen. Some funny style stuff going on. I put up a tweet and an Instagram post today. I put up a tweet and an Instagram post asking a question about a podcaster named Wallo. Are you guys familiar with Wallo? Wallo and Gilly the Kid? They have a popular podcast, $1 billion worth of game. I like Gilly. I've been following Gilly for years. Gilly, very funny dude. I like Gilly. Gilly's very funny. I don't know too much about Wallo, but I've been following Gilly for years. I like Gilly. Gilly's a funny brother. I like Gilly. I just don't know too much about Wallo. I'm not saying I like Gilly as opposed to disliking. I don't dislike Wallo. I just don't know too much about him. But I put up a tweet and a Instagram post that went viral. It went completely viral. And the question was, where's Wallo's family from? And boy, the tethers had a hissy fit. Oh, what are you saying, nigga? What are you saying? Is it about the video he did? They already knew what it was about without me even saying nothing. Because see, Wallo there was a video of Wallo at some type of, what kind of event was it? It looked like some type of business event. I don't know what it was, but he was like in a hotel conference room. It was just a small group of people in the room. And he was talking about Black businesses, and he was just going off on Black businesses like, yo, people want you to support their Black business because they Black. F that. That's some finesse shit. I ain't doing that. Y'all cut that Black business shit out. Don't nobody give an F about that. Just really going in. Don't nobody care about that. And I'm paraphrasing, but I'm going to try to stay true to what he was saying. Yeah, if your business ain't, I don't care if your business is Black. I care about good businesses. Well, that's legitimate, but the thing is, you're wrapping it up into some other shit. I want you. Are your cooks going to be consistent? Is everything going to be clean? Damn, all that Black shit. I ain't about to be finessed on no Black shit. And a lot of people felt a certain way about it. A lot of people felt a certain way about that speech, as did I. I felt a certain way about that for a few reasons.
Yep.
Because that sometimes you got to understand when people are projecting vitriol and trying to disguise it as constructive criticism. That didn't sound like no constructive criticism. That sounded like vitriol and contempt.
Yeah.
If we're gonna be honest. And another thing, a lot of the tethers were co-signing it. He ain't lying, no. He ain't lying. He telling the truth. And when I put up the tweet, like asking, and the Instagram post, it went super viral on Instagram. Like, hey, where's this family from? Hey, shut up, nigga. What he said was the truth. They already knew where I was going with it. And all of the people really defending that just happen to have foreign flags all in their bios.
Why am I not surprised?
Now that's interesting. Let's unpack that. Let's unpack that. We really gonna have to unpack that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Do we have any non-FBA people in here now who agrees with what he was saying?
Yeah, we're the non-FBA.
Raise your hand, because I like to be fair and objective. Because he was going in. I ain't about to be finessed. Don't nobody give a F about that. Yeah, y'all just kind of going in on Black businesses, and the whole narrative was, this was the narrative. The narrative was, Black people want you to support their businesses just because they're Black, but the inferment was that they give inferior service, but they still want you to support because they're Black. That's not a real thorough narrative, because that's not common. That's just not true. Yeah, Black people want you to support their businesses, and they promote it as Black-owned, as they should, because there are those of us in the community who will look out for Black businesses. I prefer Black businesses, especially when it comes to restaurants. I'm in New Orleans now. Trust me, I prefer Black businesses. I want the authentic thing. You understand?
Right.
So this narrative that people want you to support them just because they're Black, that's not true. I don't think that. We got to really look and see where that's coming from. We got to really unpack that narrative. And again, I'm not beating up on Wallo, not beating up on him. Again, I've heard he's done some good things for the community up there, but where is his family from? That sounded like something else. Some people are saying that he's Gilly's cousin, and Gilly might be East African or something, because Gilly does kind of have an East African look. I don't know. I don't know too much about the brothers in that background. But the way he was talking, the way Wallo was talking, it sounded like there's a different background going on there. It sounds like there's some non-FBA business going on back there. I don't know. Charles, you want to hop in real quick, Charles?
Yo, what's up, Flex? B1.
B1. How you doing, Charles?
I'm doing good. Hey, I heard you was up in New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
2701 St. Claude, New Orleans, for the herbal shop. I go get my herbs up there.
Hold on. I'm going to write that down. What's the name of the shop?
It's like Mary Ann's. Let me check my Rolodex again. Miss Ann's May Pop Herb Shop.
Okay, yeah. I did see that, and it was about to close at 6. So she's legit.
Yeah, that's where I got my herbs from. So I don't know how you like it, but when I went up there, a lot of the herbs that I wanted to purchase was like damn near gone. So you can try and get yours over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna holler at her tomorrow, because I saw her on the list, because I was kind of Googling, and there was one shop that it looked like it was Black-owned. It was a bunch of white boys in there selling weed and some bullshit and some gummies. I'm like, oh, this ain't what I want. I mean, but thank you, Charles. I'm gonna look out for that. Oh, Charles, I was pushing the button on you, brother. But listen. Let's talk about this Wallo thing for a minute, and why Tethers were co-signing that nonsense. Boy, the Tethers, which is real ironic, the Tethers were really co-signing that, and they were upset with me for even questioning his background. Boy, they got so offended. How dare you, nigga? How dare you question him? But let me tell you something. Let's be real. There's a lot of people who got this harsh critique. They overly critique Black businesses. Let's understand why they're doing this. This ain't tough love. A lot of times, man, there's a colonized mindset towards Black excellence. A lot of people, they've internalized the idea that anything Black, especially Black American, is supposed to be inherently inferior. So when a business is Black-owned, they subconsciously expect failure. And then you know what people do? They'll magnify any flaw and then just run with it. Because you're already going in there looking for a flaw. So if you go into a Black business, everything is cool, and there's an empty ketchup bottle on the table. Oh, see this shit right here? See, goddamn, see this here. Why I don't be rocking with Black businesses. See this shit right there? Yeah. Okay, you're just kind of magnifying a flaw based on the inherent bias you came in with. You understand? And also there's this proximity aspirations to whiteness. There's a lot of people, man, upward mobility is often associated with aligning themselves with white acceptance. So harshly criticizing American business becomes a way to distance yourself from the stigma of being Black in America to a certain degree. So any Black brand, again, you're going in with an inferiority bias to it. Whereas a white brand, just because it's white, you give them 75 extra points just off the rip. Family, did y'all see this video of this sister, quote unquote? She got approved. I don't know, was she financing it or whatever, but she got approved for a Hermes bag. And she was bucking her damn eyes. I know y'all seen this video because it went viral. She got approved for an Hermes bag, and she's just bucking her eyes, rolling around on the floor. Oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. Oh, Lord, thank you. Oh, yes. It was like very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. So we got to understand the mindset that a lot of people have when it comes to business brands. Because a lot of folks, man, what they'll do, they'll project their personal shame, especially the tether class. A lot of them feel shame and resentment towards their own cultural displacement. So they'll heap this vitriol on Black businesses so they can deflect from that internalized shame that they have about themselves. That's why I like to see what are people's background, because I know a lot of tethers are always very critical of foundational Black American owned businesses and institutions. And I'm telling you from experience, when we got the Hidden History Museum, the people hating on it were tethers. And our shit was nice, but the tethers were hating very hard because they're embarrassed that we were able to get something out of the ground, out of the grassroots, that they couldn't do in their homeland. And there's like a gazillion of them. They couldn't even get a toilet together, and we got a museum popping in a little over a year from the ground up. So they started to reap all of these weird criticisms of our institution. So I already know where that bullshit comes from. But the thing is, a lot of people like Wallo and others who try to overcompensate to appear objective. See, when Black folks start over criticizing Black businesses to appear like they're fair and non-biased, they think that being extra harsh is going to show that they're not playing favorites. But yeah, they don't apply the same objectivity to Arabs, Asians, or white businesses. They don't. They can sit up and pretend they do. They don't. I don't want to hear how bad a Black business is, yet you go to the janky ass Chinese corner store, their shit ain't really popping like that all the time. You go to the Asian nail shop, they got buckets of water and a mop in the back. It's not a pristine place. You know, they do your nails good, which is cool. But it's with Black businesses, boy, everything, the floor has to be swept. Everything has to be in pristine condition for you to not shit on it. Because the minute there's one little flaw, the Black business gets shit on. And that we don't do that. I don't co-sign that. I don't co-sign that at all. And look, there's some people who do all of this stuff to be performative. They have a desire to please the dominant society. So they see like anti-Black commentary as a way to gain approval from white audiences. So bashing Black businesses, especially on public platforms, that's a sign of buffoonery to audition for the dominant society a lot of times, because they understand that's what the dominant society want to hear. And let's be real, there's a lot of people who got an ingrained respect for white or non-Black institutions, and they simply don't give them the same criticism. You don't. I don't want to hear about how Black businesses ain't doing this, Black businesses don't be doing that. Listen, family, I want y'all to listen to me. Y'all asses go to McDonald's. McDonald's messes up your order every goddamn time you go. All right? McDonald's, their ice cream machine never works. They're infamous for not having the ice cream machine working in many locations. They mess up your order. They don't put the right amount of fries in there. They mess your order up all the time. You still take your ass back to them. All right? Let's stop it. Every single one of you done been to McDonald's, they done messed your damn order up multiple times. And you know it. I had McDonald's mess up one of my orders a week or so ago. I had a filet of fish and they didn't put the shit in there. You go to Popeye, they misplace your shit, don't put it in the bag. They do it all the time. You go back. Now, if a black restaurant, they don't put enough forks and spoons, oh man, but I ain't never going back to this bullshit. What? Hell no, nigga. Hell damn, nigga. Let me write me a Yelp review about these niggas. That's something else. That's something else. Yeah, no, we're not. The black businesses ain't gonna be on trial all the time. You just got to be the perfect business. No. Yeah, that misplaced standard of perfection. Yeah, black businesses, you expect them to be flawless from day one with limited resources. That's the thing. They get limited resources. While white businesses and Asian businesses and others, they can go through trial and error. Nobody bats an eye. But that perfection expectation, it's an unfair narrative. It's rooted in the belief that black failure confirms racial stereotypes. And then people get into these performative respectability politics when it comes to black folks. This whole narrative that public shaming will motivate black business to do better. No, it won't. That's you just trying to get brownie points from white folks. That approach is not applied to other communities. You understand? Yeah, because it's not about really trying to fix them. It's about people just trying to get clout low key. But listen, a lot of people, they have disdain for the black community.
Yep.
When they do all of these weird criticism. They just have disdain for the black community. Let's get real with it. Notice a lot of these people who get on social media and their whole shtick is tough love to the black community. They just gonna talk a gang of shit about how the black community ain't worth a damn, black businesses ain't worth a damn, the black community is lazy, all these people with all of these critiques about the black community. You notice something? A lot of them have these real weird criminal records. You notice that?
Yep.
A lot of these people have these criminal records. I mean, long, crazy criminal records where they've done some significant time in prison. There's a few people like that. Wallo's one of these guys. From what I understand, he did some time in prison. So if you're coming from that side of the tracks, what type of black people are you interacting with? You understand? If those are the sides of the tracks you're coming from, what type of black people have you been interacting with? You've been interacting with cutthroats and scammers and the dregs of society. So that's the lens you're viewing black society under. You understand? And that's not the totality of black society. I always question when people look at black society from the lens of criminality.
Yeah.
Usually these are people who are criminals themselves. You understand? Who are career criminals. Who's been doing bids here and there. That's all you know. You don't know anything else. And a lot of that is projection. You're projecting your limited scope of what black society is. So you're coming in with an inferiority bias because you already feel a way about black society. In your mind, everything black is poverty, crime, prison. Everything is already negative. So if you go into an establishment where somebody's kind of getting themselves together, you're going to go in there with some psychological disdain for that. You understand? Let's see where that shit is really coming from. That ain't tough love. That's a lot of anti-black resentment. Under the guise of you just being honest. That's a lot of projecting of self-hate. You're projecting onto some of those businesses. And there's a class and cultural resentment too. Because people like Wallo, who has quote unquote made it, I'm assuming he's doing pretty good now with the podcast. Isn't there podcast associated with Barstool, which is white owned from what I understand. I don't know too much about it, but from what I understand, they got to deal with a white owned company. So he's, he's doing his thing with that. But there's cultural resentment because now white folks put you on, and now you have a big platform to show your resentment for Black society, who you felt couldn't do anything for you. You see, so it's not really about bad service or good service. It's all about disdain for Black society, because these people start adopting these white supremacist talking points. This whole narrative, Black businesses are lazy, unorganized, and inferior. And you parrot this nonsense under the guise of honesty. It's rooted in anti-Black resentment. And it's easier to criticize than build. Because here's the thing, a lot of these people who are always criticizing the Black businesses, they don't really have a track record of building businesses or improving anything themselves. You don't have a track record of that. So going in on Black institutions and entrepreneurs, that's like a lazy way to feel superior without really contributing anything constructively. Yeah.
Yep.
And a lot of these people, they feel kind of insecure about their own legitimacy. Because, see, a lot of people had to achieve success through assimilation or co-sign from non-Black gatekeepers. A white person had to put you on. So a Black person putting themselves on, getting it out the mud, that shit, you kind of resent that. So let me tear him down. White daddy gave me a big platform, so let me shit on them.
Yeah, who that sound like, Letitia?
Huh? Let's be real. We got a lot of criticism from the tether class, especially when we got the Hidden History Museum. We got a lot of weird criticism from them. And these people can't build, they don't have, our museum look better than their national museums. And they know that. That's why we were getting so many negative critiques from tethers about the museum. Just the fact that we got it and did it the way we did it without white mommy and white daddy. We didn't kiss up to white mommy and white daddy. They resented that. And let's be real, man, there's a lot of folks out here who see critiquing Black society as a brand strategy. This whole thing, I'm just going to be completely honest, or I'm going to keep it real, I'm going to keep it 100 and tell Black folks they ain't shit. That's a brand strategy. That's a hustle.
Yep.
You have a lot of these people who get online and their whole job is to sit here and talk shit. Black society ain't this, Black society ain't that, Black businesses ain't that. They know that white people will click on those videos real fast. White people like to hear that bullshit. That's why they do it. And they get a lot of clicks for it. You see, that's all that is. Being contrary to Black society for the white gaze. You see? And this whole thing where they try to pretend condemnation is constructiveness, it's not. It's just deep disdain, no grace, no nuances, trying to scold the Black community and Black businesses. And look, here's my thing. I've been to many Black businesses, and I go out of my way to promote and patronize Black businesses. Are there some janky Black businesses there? Of course. I've been to Black businesses that were janky, that gave bad service. I remember down in Atlanta not too long ago. Now, I don't like to put, I'm not trying to shit on business, but the old lady gang, they started off good. The last time I went, it was just, the service horrible. It was so bad, I just left. Yeah. And there have been a lot of people critical of the old lady gang restaurant down in Atlanta. The customer service there has just gone in the tank. But that's not on some, oh, these Black businesses ain't shit. Oh, man, damn, a Black business. No, because in Atlanta, there's more Black businesses to go to that's going to be perfect, which is what I did. You got so many others down there to choose from. So that experience there is not going to shape my view of all the black businesses there. And if anybody does that, that means they've already had disdain, and their experience with that one restaurant just confirmed the stereotypes they've already had. Truth be told, listen, black businesses, for the most part, are not run raggedy and shabby. You know why? Black businesses aren't allowed to be raggedy and shabby.
Right.
They're just not allowed to. Let's be real. Let's be very, very real. Black businesses are already extra scrutinized from the rip. We're not allowed to run our businesses raggedy like the Asians and the Arabs. See, the Asian folks, they can get low scores from the health department over and over again. They got a poster of the letter D up in the window. They got a D rating, and they can run their business for 20, 30 damn years.
Yeah.
Black businesses, we ain't allowed to do that, and you know it.
Yep.
We got to be on top of our game. We're overly scrutinized. We're overly penalized. We're overly monitored. We can't run raggedy black businesses.
Right.
We can't. That's why I'm like, miss me with this narrative. There are not a lot of black businesses out there just giving shitty service because, number one, they're just not going to be around. They'll cancel themselves out. If there's a black business that's doing halfway decent, that means they're doing something right in there. Because if they are not, too many things are going to kill them. Too many things are going to knock their businesses off. Number one, heavier government scrutiny, code enforcement. The city inspectors are always on black business owners' necks. Code enforcement, the licensing boards, we're dealing with that in LA.
Yep. We're dealing with it.
We got shit popping up there at the museum, and all of a sudden they hit us with, we need some special permits and special licensing, and that just kind of deaded a whole bunch of shit. So yeah, I'm telling you from experience, little minor factors that can result in citations, fines, shutdowns. Non-black businesses are allowed way more leniency. I don't want to hear about how great the Asian businesses are. Dude, the Asian businesses, the Arab businesses, they have all types of illegal shit going on in there, and everybody knows it, and nothing is done about it. They don't get shut down. They don't get fined. Those Asian spots be having hoeing and tricking and all types of shit going on in there, and they've been around for decades. They got all types of illegal shit. Folks are selling fentanyl out the back door, some of these spots.
Yep, they have their...
Come on, man. They're not getting criticized like that.
Yep, they do. That's a
Some of these Asian shops, they sell you shit that ain't even meat. You don't know what it is. It's not chicken or fish. You order some chicken and there's some real mystery meat on there. There's been shit, especially in New York. I've seen videos of people from Asian restaurants, some of the workers going outside, getting pigeons and then sneaking in the back in the restaurant. Y'all seen them videos before. Y'all seen them damn videos. They're going out there getting pigeons out the back and then going back in there. Your order ready? Miss me with all that. Come on now. And then you want to shit on the black business because, yeah, they might take a little longer to make your barbecue sandwich. Okay, yeah, but the barbecue sandwich is going to be good. Yeah. Also, with black businesses, man, you can't be on the bullshit. You get police surveillance and intimidation. A lot of black businesses are likely to have law enforcement presence around their locations, especially in urban areas. They were doing that with Nipsey stuff. They didn't send all types of undercover ops to the Hidden History Museum. We didn't have undercover cops, federal agents, federal informants lurking around, people vandalizing the shit, people pulling up with cars with strange license plates, vandalizing the shit. We get all types of stuff as black business owners that other people don't get. So we have to be on our P's and Q's. Also, higher insurance requirements and denials. We got to pay higher insurance premiums than other groups because they start talking about different risks based on location and all this stuff. Even when the business is safe and clean, we got to pay more insurance. In LA, they got those damn injunction. So if there's a crime that happens by your black business, they start giving you injunction warnings, nuisance injunctions. Your black businesses are highly scrutinized.
Hey, cousin, the building. Salute.
Yeah. Yeah, even minor mistakes, the public, hell, the moment you do anything, a minor mistake, the Yelp reviews are going to get you. People are going to start projecting their weird stereotypes on you. And just there's a perfection expectation. There's this unspoken expectation that black-owned businesses must be in perfect service. The aesthetics has to be perfect, the customer service has to be perfect, or they're going to get publicly dragged. And man, listen, this week alone, I done seen videos of black folks going into businesses. The waiters and the waitresses are racist to them, telling them, hey, black folks don't tip, so y'all got to pay me a tip up front. Have y'all seen these videos? There was another video back on, I want to say North Carolina, South Carolina, I can't think of the city, where the owner came out and told this black couple, don't come back, because they didn't want to pay for a steak that they didn't get. They didn't get it was a pork chop or something. They didn't get the pork chops, so the lady was like, can y'all take it off the list? Get out my restaurant, don't ever come back. The owner was cussing them out, telling them not to come back. Miss me with that. Black business owners don't be doing that type of shit. I don't want to hear that, dude.
Right.
These other businesses do all types of janky shit to black people all the time, and people got these weird expectations for black businesses. I remember in I want to say it was in Dallas. What was that business? And I've been there a couple of times. Very nice spot. I can't think of the name of it. Real nice spot. I think this was it. Or it might have been another one. There was one spot. It was a very nice black-owned restaurant, and these hood rats were in there dancing all on the tables and twerking on the chairs. And the owner, the brother, was like, hey man, can y'all just chill out? Can y'all please not dance on the tables and chairs? Can y'all just, hey, y'all leaning all on the glass, and y'all know that's dangerous. So just chill out. Kind of conduct yourself. The brother had to come out and give a speech to tell people to chill, and then they got mad at him. How dare you? Why you gonna play trap music if you don't want nobody twerking? Now, they don't do that to white businesses. People don't do that to a white business. So again, the black business, they're supposed to give good service, and then they're supposed to let you act any damn kind of way. So no, I don't believe in having these weird expectations on black businesses. Yeah, because there's fewer second chances from the public. A black business that has one off day, or they make a customer upset, they're just going to be blacklisted entirely. And that's not a good look. And listen, a lot of black businesses, man, many of them, they become unofficial community hubs. So a lot of black businesses are monitored by them alphabet boys for activism or political influence, and that brings a lot of scrutiny to them. You see, so you got to watch these folks who got this weird critique of black businesses, particularly foundational black American businesses. And here's the irony. Again, a lot of the tether class were the main ones talking about, well, Wallo, he telling the truth. And he telling you why y'all get mad, because he telling the truth about black business. Look, you want to be honest? You want to tell the real truth? The only businesses that are consistently janky, that are allowed to be janky for a long time, are businesses run by tethers.
Yep.
If we want to talk about quote-unquote black businesses, dude, a lot of the African and Caribbean stores are run janky as shit.
Yep.
Do we want to be honest with it?
Yeah, let's go there, Tori.
Come on now. Do we really want to go there? Y'all know there's a janky little Jamaican spot in your town.
Yep.
A little shabby shack with horrible customer service. The food is good, because usually the food is good. But yeah, that goes with the territory, a Jamaican spot with horrible customer service. Most of them, you don't even have sit-down areas. It's all takeout.
Tell the businesses we selling weed in the back.
Janky. And people are like, it's what it is. The food is good, though. So, it's what it is. But I think a lot of the criticism is for the foundational Black American restaurants. It's really on us. They don't criticize the Jamaican spot like that. You don't criticize the Nigerian spot like that. All the Nigerian spots, the Nigerian restaurants are, I'm not trying to be mean, but they're janky, all of them. I've never seen a pristine Nigerian spot or really a Jamaican spot. There's a few cool, like in the grill and places like that are pretty thorough. But generally, no. But people don't trip like that. But it's all this criticism for the FBA owned one. When it's a foundational Black American, all of a sudden, boy, it has to be like the Taj Mahal. Just everything has to be top notch. Because see, with the immigrant run spots, the expectations are already low. So you go in knowing that it's just not going to be an A1 5-star place. So in fact, I think a lot of people go to these the Caribbean spots, and the shabbiness kind of gives them the whole Caribbean experience. It's like, I feel like I'm in a shanty town. I feel like I'm on vacation in the slums right now while I eat here. It's almost an experience. So you kind of go in thinking of a third world country. So you're not expecting much. I'm not being mean. I'm just saying. That's why you don't see the people are not criticizing Ubuntu them at their little restaurants. You see? But with our restaurants, boy, it has to be in tip-top shape. So yeah, I don't like that extra layer of criticism for foundational Black American institutions. But look, I told you I went to this one. It was supposed to be a Nigerian or African soul food fusion in DC. Because usually when I go to DC, I go to Georgia Brown. That's one of my favorite spots. Good shit, very good food. I usually go there. That's my go-to soul food spot, and some of the others there. But
it's almost over. But what are your thoughts so far?
I just think this. I think NBA people are constantly belligerently scrutinized for everything. You can leave the house without being perfect. Can't leave the house without being properly washed, bathed, dressed right. So it's everything from the time you leave your house to the time you get back is under constant scrutiny and a demand for fucking some apparent, perfection. So you can't have janky shit. So whatever he was talking about, obviously it's bullshit. So yeah, that's all I gotta say. Right.
Okay.
There was a spot next to my hotel that I just walked down the block and I saw it was like a African and soul food fusion. I said, okay, let me try this. This was some straight bullshit. I don't know what that was. It was some Africans in there who tried to mix like jollof with collard greens, and it just didn't work. It didn't work at all. It wasn't working. And the restaurant had a smell. So I'm just not going to let people give us these weird criticisms at all. Let me get some of these folks in here. We got a lot of people in here. But we got a lot of people in this place. Red Cloud. Let's get Red Cloud, and then we're going to get Brother G. Rich in the building. Red Cloud, what's up, Red Cloud? Mr. Red Cloud, unmute your microphone, sir.
Huh?
What are you asking, Lady Shay?
We're not gonna listen to everybody.
No, we can move on, Lady Shay.
God, man, this shit was long enough. He's just going on and on and on and on and on. It's like, the point is, And it's hypocritical.
Oh, well, Wallo said, yeah.
What do you say? You can't go into a restaurant. It's like this. It's like that. It's like, Jesus Christ, what your fucking body? You can't have it both ways. You know what I mean? Like, you can't have it both ways. What? Oh, well, this is the FBA business. This is good. This is something else. This shit. Like, that's hypocritical, too. You know?
I'm not following what you're saying now.
Right. It's not important. Carry on.
All right. So the next topic is immigrants think shucking and jiving will save them from getting deported.
Okay. Said immigrants?
Yes, immigrants.
Okay, cool. Shucking and jiving and getting deported?
You know, with Trump being in the White House, everything
will save them from getting deported.
Yeah, right.
It's completely changed. And you know this story about this particular guy that they deported from the United States to El Salvador. That's been a big story. You know, the judge has said that Trump and them need to bring the guy back. He's the wrong guy. Trump and them say he was in the MS-13 gang. All of that, right? Send him to that prison down there in El Salvador. So it's been a big mess, right? So Democrats, what they normally do, you know, Democrats is all about illegal immigration. So you had one of the Democrat senators go down there and actually see the guy, and they posted it, you know, with the New York Times. Well, in funny fashion, and I'm talking about this story for a reason, right? So in funny fashion, I want y'all to see what was posted on the White House X account. You can see here, it says New York Times. Of course, they scratched out. It says Senator meets with wrongly, say who's never come. It say never coming back. All right. And it says about MS-13 illegal alien. So they marked out with wrongly. Okay. Just so they wanted to say Senator meets with deported in El Salvador. Right. And he say, and yet the guy went down there and say he's not coming back. Now this is it's kind of funny to me, but the Democrats, that's what they own. They're all about this illegal immigration. And so you have the right-wing zealots on some anti-Black racism, and you got the far left-wing progressives on this illegal immigration. So Black Americans don't win either way, you know, with these situations, right? But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because with this Karmelo Anthony case, right? This Karmelo Anthony case, I've been seeing a lot of immigrants, and no matter where they come from, I've been seeing them trying to cape and trying to use that case to hopefully get in good with the white supremacists. And I'm gonna tell you, you can do all that supporting the white supremacists even with that case, and they still want y'all deported. You better believe that. And I'm gonna tell you why the white supremacists want y'all deported, no matter how much y'all sit up here and shuck and jive for these folks, is because they look at y'all and y'all not them, and it's too many of y'all having too many kids, and y'all are getting, you know, jobs over them, and y'all getting businesses and all kinds of things y'all getting while being here in the United States. So they want y'all gone. Okay, they want you gone. It don't matter how much you shuck and jive, they want you gone. And a lot of FBAs would agree with that notion, actually, because why do we want imported anti-Black racists here? We don't want that. We want you out of here. So a lot of FBAs support Trump getting you on out of here, because why do we have to sit up here and deal with a bunch of hostiles that shouldn't be here in the first place? They say they work harder than FBAs. They're more successful. Well, the best way you can work harder and be more successful than FBAs is in your own homeland. That's the best place to be successful. That's the best place to work hard, because you work so hard. Why did you flee? If you're working so hard, right? You're so educated. Why did you couldn't do that in your own homeland? Right? But I'm just seeing that so many of them is trying to jump on this side with the folks, this, Austin Metcalf individual. But even though y'all do all that, Trump's still getting y'all out. You better believe that. And that's just like a warning, y'all. The best thing y'all can do is actually just be quiet, stay out the way, don't travel out the country, keep your head down while Trump's in office, and maybe they may not mess with you. But you being loud and all this other stuff, you think these folks don't care. These folks will have always turned on the people that support them. Always. If you're not part of their community, they will turn on you. Right? But as I said before, we're here for it because we don't get no benefit from immigration anyway. We don't. So Trump want to have that birthright citizenship. I'm with it. Do it, Trump. Go ahead and do birthright citizenship. I am so with it. I'm fine with it because he's 100% right. That was meant for our ancestors. That's not meant for anybody just come over here in 2025, drop off an anchor baby, and then now they're American citizen. That's not what the that was meant for.
Right.
That's not what meant for that at all. So I want to warn y'all, shuck and jive for the people if you want to.
Oh, here we go, family. Black power. Yep, he ain't lying. All right, Letitia, what's your thoughts on what Phil just said about these immigrants shucking and jiving to save themselves from getting deported?
I think that he's going to deport and lock up wherever he feels like. It doesn't matter if they're immigrants or not. If they go against what he's talking about, he's going to take them and lock them up somewhere. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if they're American. He doesn't give a fuck about due process. He's above it all right now. And there's no way, for a lot of people to really, fight against him. It's either you're with him or against him. Speak against him, and he doesn't like it, he cancels. So it's not really for that free speech. Not really for anything that's really, good right now for the people. So he's gonna do whatever he wants to do, and a lot of that has nothing to do with due process. When he shipped that over to Salvador, and he had the Salvadorian president over, they were both acting like they couldn't do nothing for old boy, and he's just lost among the masses of prisoners. You know what I mean? They don't know what happened. They didn't. One can't bring him back, and the other was like, "Well, why should I be involved in being a terrorist?" Well, extra shit. So, right now you got people like you got regular people scared. So you got the immigrant tether class. It's like whatever, but in reality, dude doesn't give a damn who he hurts or what he does. You know what I mean? If he's upset or he doesn't like something, he's gonna try to make that shit disappear, or it's gonna get worse. Things like that. So he's not really thinking about the people more so as he's thinking about his emotional feelings. You know what I mean? All these things are based on feeling. You know what I mean? But there's no such thing as freedom of speech right now. If there was, people would be regular people would be living in fear of coming up missing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, freedom of speech ain't never applied to us in this country.
No, but it think that it's not, all this stuff is not meant for us. We should just stay cognizant of it and really watch what he's doing to his folk. You know what I mean? If his folk are disappearing, you should really think about it versus all the other shit. You know what I mean?
He's on a war path.
Right. And that's gonna last for how long?
For 4 years. At least.
So, and no one can say or do anything. So, it's all terrible at some point. At the same time, there's really not much anybody can do is us. Like we can't do nothing. We're not involved. We're just chilling, right?
Yeah.
This is something they voted for. This is something everybody wanted. So now everybody has to deal with it, and we, as Black people, gotta look, watch, and plan ahead for initial survival, because it's not just midterms. We got 4 years of this bullshit, and nobody's taken away his little Black executive yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And said, that's enough for you. You know, just chill, right? You know, he's making all kinds of fucking terrible decisions that are going to affect everybody, including not limited to immigrants, but just American peoples. All it's causing us to do, all we need to be doing worried about is what do we do in lieu of, and just carry on with whatever the fuck we're doing, whatever we're working on quietly. Because it's what everybody voted for. Everybody voted for him. They said he was going to fix the economy. He was going to bring down fucking, for God's sakes. Instead, you know, the percentage only went to 100%. Who knew that up to 250 fucking percent? I didn't even know that was a realistic number.
Yeah.
Apparently, everything can go beyond 100%. I didn't know percentages were that high. You know, we're going to do this at 154% since May. It's 100% or nothing. Now it's 254% of this and that and whatever. You know what I mean? So, but this is not on us. It's on them.
But they'll never admit that, Letitia.
So what? That's not for us to be concerned. That's not for us to be concerned about. Anybody's paying attention now. If you weren't paying attention the last 4 years, sorry, man, your fucking day is long as the sun. You know, you were over there, you were fucking around, you were doing something else. I bet you voted, you wanted a Democrat. Who cares? I bet you wanted a Republican. You got what you got. And now you're gonna try to act like, oh my God, I'm awake now. No, man. No, you don't get to wake up in 2025. You should have woken up in 2021. You should have woken up in 2017. This is fucking. Now we gotta educate again. Another year. Repeat. Oh, fuck that. Like I'm over that. Like everybody else can pussyfoot and do it. The motherfuckers that want to pretend they want to wake up in 2025. You were awake. You didn't want to do that. You didn't stand with us. Instead, you call that. And now we'll look. Now look. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now everybody's on Black vacation. I've been there. Y'all is barely catching up to me on vacation. Like, we're just sitting down and watch. I've been doing that.
Yeah.
They tell you this shit is fucked up.
Yeah.
Everybody's been saying it's fucked up. No one cared, right? No one wanted to listen.
Yep.
And then the one motherfucker that was able to talk about peace, defense, and everything, no one wanted to listen to him because they didn't like how he was maneuvering.
Yeah.
They didn't like how jovial he was, or did everything had to do with music. But he was talking about defense. He was talking about anything. He was talking about no such thing as a tariff. I don't even think Cornell West said the word tariff.
No.
You know what I mean? He's talking about ending wars, giving people their fucking protected lands.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, but nobody wanted to listen to that. Instead, you got a fucking tyrant and a motherfucker with dual passports now hiding out because, you know, he gets it too. It's a matter of when. You know what I mean? The fucking stock markets in disarray here and there, and Jeff Bezos is flying bitches off the fucking out of the fucking world and back. Well, this motherfucker's car explodes.
Yep.
But everybody's supposed to think he's such a great guy. And while all of that's happening, we're about to lose federal money for housing,
Yep.
food,
Yep.
If you thought it was going to get bad, it's about to get real bad for us, for everybody who's the most vulnerable. That is us, and then the rest of the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
Which you'll consider elderly, seniors, sickly, old women, disabled, fucking children, homeless people, etc., etc. Well, everybody else is high up there. They're about to. It's going down. Like, just read the motherfucking newspaper. You know what I mean? I'm reading it. I'm like, nah, this can't be. Yep, it sure can. They sure can cut off federal funding. They sure can strip motherfuckers that were already going through benign neglect to the fucking lowest denominator, and then act like, oh, well, we can fix it. Nah, you fix it now. How can you fix it now? I don't know. I don't want to say it out loud. I don't want to say it out loud because it'll strip our channel and, motherfucker will be locked up. Next time you think about it. And just use your imagination and think about it. You know what I mean? It could get fixed. It needs to get fixed. But it's not on us to fix it. And even if we did fix it, we're not going to benefit from it. You know, black people fix shit all the time.
Yeah.
We're not going to benefit from it. In fact, we're going to just continue to be used in tokenizing out and not now receive reparation, acknowledgement, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, even after you fix it, so it's just either carry on with whatever we're doing quietly.
Right. And just keep minding our own FBA business.
Right.
All right. Thank you for that, Lady Che.
But just keep doing whatever we're doing quietly, because at some point, we're going to have to make some hard decisions. That's why it's important to keep eyes on things and listen and watch. We just carry on whatever we're doing, because quietly, because the more they know, then the more you can't function. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The more any black people start fucking with this bullshit, we're gonna watch them start disappearing, and that's not a good sign either. You know how they get rid of people, and not just lock them up. I mean, like totally 100%. Motherfucking so terrible things happen to people. So we just gotta keep eyes on shit. Keep carrying on with our shit quietly. Like it sounds scary. It sounds like I'm saying it in fear, but it's just because this shit did. You did? The new administration, it's on some other shit. It can't be trusted. None of them can be trusted to tell the truth, let alone not do horrible things to the people that live in the same United States.
Yeah.
If you think about that, that would deport people to their country of ancestry. You really think you go to, what is it, Lebanon or whatever country his ancestry is? Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. think so. A lot of things are really ugly. So I would just say, just carry on with our mission of doing what we're supposed to be doing. And yeah, they know what they did. The people know what they did.
Yep.
Everybody knows what they did when they voted this season. Everybody knows what they did. We'll see. We'll see how the 26th how the backpedaling is.
Oh my God, they're not gonna admit they're not gonna change their right their wrongs.
No, they're not gonna right their wrongs. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll never know what could be said to provoke a response. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's not to shit on. That's to shit on our people. It's just the wrong people have been shitting on people, and then there's that programming. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So how we got to do it? We got to do small little baby steps in the area for what? Just to get a little semblance. However, it's counterproductive because as we're trying to make steps for our people here, shit's counterproductive. They're taking away everything. We're losing everything.
Yeah.
People rely on that shit. People really fucking rely on all these subsidies and things like that. It's not a game. People really need them. Really rely on them. Really rely on them. Children, adults, pregnant women, single disabled people, disabled people, children. I would hate to keep mentioning children that nobody wants to talk about.
Yep.
Pregnant women.
Yep. All the above.
Yep. Housing, food, insurance, medical insurance, case of emergency. It's all that shit we need to at least pay attention to. You know what I mean? We're not protesters, we're not jumping in no protesters. At least let's pay attention to it for what we should do, quietly, how we should take care of our families, just in case. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right, thank you for that, Lady J. So moving along, we got, are immigrants more successful than Black Americans? So a good professor's going to give us an update on that. Shout out to Professor Black too. And happy New Black Media Appreciation Month. It continues all month long.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I'm starting to suspect that somebody's dear aunt or some other close relative must have gotten themselves deported by the way that the tethers are acting. I guess ICE or the Orange Man must have put the fear of fraud into them. The problem that the tethers are having is that they bet on the wrong horse. And it's not just the Orange Man's much televised ICE raids, which, let's be honest, are not going to find or deport 20 million people or even 2 million within the next 4 years. But the problem that a lot of the tethers are having is that what for them had previously been a bragging point has now been turned into a mark of Cain. And while Canada and the Europeans don't like Trump's tariff policies, they're still following his lead when it comes to their immigration policies. The EU has announced that they're making preparations to build deportation centers in distant countries. So they're mirroring what it is that Trump has done when it comes to Latin America, sending people down to Central America to some sort of maximum security facility. In Africa, you have the Arab-led countries in North Africa on stolen real estate. And these guys are not part of the EU, but they've made deals with the European Union to take money in order to keep Africans out of Europe by deporting them when they set foot in Northern Africa. So you have these white identifying Arabs who are making sure to keep Africans out of Europe. And according to the New York Times, the strategy is working. Illegal border crossings in North Africa are down sharply. And we've seen this kind of thing in the American hemisphere too. Mexico has most of its military on its southern border to block Central and South American migrants. They're not doing it because they like the U.S. They're doing it because they want to make sure that those billions of dollars in remittances that illegals send back every year comes to Mexico. And I also want to tip my hat to the immigrant B1 family that we've got, the folks who listen to places like this and who have fought the tethers in Africa and abroad. I want you to know that your efforts have not gone unnoticed, because it's people like them who saw where all of this was going too. We have solid soldiers who may not share our lineage, but they share our ideology. Even if they're not FBA, they're definitely B1. The tethers hate them too, by the way, because the same way that we're not going to feed these bootlicks and shills and turncoats, should the day ever come that these B1 immigrants regain the upper hand in their home countries, they won't be feeding these tethers either. Tethers actually thought that they were on the team. That's their problem. White power has no issue whatsoever patting some suck up on the back when they're trying to impress massa. Now, the Tethers thought that this was a sign of respect, but in actuality, these white supremacists were shaking their heads and saying to themselves, how adorable. These clowns actually think that we're not going to break them too when the time comes. Remember, as I've always told you, white power loves a cruel prank, especially one that takes a long time to pay off. White power has no problem with being friends, quote unquote, with someone, or even having regular sex with them in many cases, and then having that person imprisoned, deported, or even killed when it's convenient. That's the reason you've had a lot of these immigrants who simply can't understand where all of their pals and buddies that they thought they had in the dominant society have disappeared to. Why aren't they coming to the rescue? Where's the enormous rallies and demonstrations at to protest these mass deportations? They aren't there. The good white liberals who turned out in the millions to protest the Iraq War, or the Occupy Wall Street demonstrators, or the ones who just wanted to get their faces in front of the cameras for the BLM protests, they're nowhere to be seen now. See, white power preaches a gospel of white exceptionalism, that white works harder, that white people are smarter, certainly smarter than black people, right? They did this in all of those foreign countries that they invaded too, claiming that the people were sitting around lazy bums since time immemorial until the white man showed up and enslaved and displaced them, for their own good, of course. Well, white power also recognized the need for buffer groups to stand between the dominant society and the designated underclass. That's where immigration comes into play. It's a tool of white supremacy. Marcus Garvey talked about it over 100 years ago. It's a ploy as old as anti-black racism itself. Bring in people who are officially classified as something other than white, and make sure that they come from places that practice open, blatant anti-black racism. Haze them, at least in the beginning when they arrive. Make them prove that they're down with team white supremacy. And everybody knows how to do that. Attack black people viciously and often. And we've seen it decade after decade for 150 years. This is how white supremacy sees immigration, as a political tool to counter our influence and as a way to whitewash anti-black racism by falsely claiming, see, these people over there, they're not white, they're Italian or Asian, Hispanic, or in the 19th century, they're Irish or what have you. And see the loans and government programs we have for them, see how they've managed to get into good schools and get good jobs and have automatic access to business loans and government grants. Why, that's all the proof you need that America isn't racist at all. It's just that these black people, they don't want to work. That's what that is. Why, you even have some Africans and Caribbean immigrants who we threw in for good measure. And the white media repeats that narrative. Immigrants start businesses, etc. As a result, you have a lot of these immigrants who have also jumped onto the false narrative of immigrant exceptionalism. This is how outgroups prove their allegiance to white power and, they hope, become de facto members of the oppressor class. Because after all, if you use the same language as Massa, defame and attack the people Massa wants you to, commit anti-black violence just like Massa, and shamelessly make excuses for it all, then Massa will at some point make you officially a member of the club. That's the prize that they're all competing for. But gratitude is not in the white supremacist vocabulary. Now, the Tethers who are trying to push the lie about immigrant exceptionalism, they're doing so much better than we are, etc. Let's go ahead and kill that talking point. No, immigrants are not, quote unquote, more successful than the native-born population. What they do is to, quote unquote, start businesses more often. But as we've seen, a large number of those businesses are basically personal hustles, or in some cases, they're fronts for illicit activity. What immigrants started Microsoft, I'd like to know, or Fubu, or Facebook, or Amazon, or you get the idea. And yet you have people like the Tethers who push that line because they're trying to get attention from white power. The trope of immigrants get ahead faster actually has to do with how quickly immigrants go from being the proverbial dirt poor immigrants who claim they showed up with pocket lint and built a successful laundromat or something. What the white media means when they say immigrants are outpacing native-born children is that they go from illiteracy to middle class. That's what they're referring to. But even the white media was forced to admit that this is in relative terms. They tried to put a glossy affront on it as they could, but they had to admit that these immigrants go to what Time calls high opportunity places. In overall national terms, immigrants may seem to out-earn native children, but they also tend to live in the most expensive cities, which require higher wages too. But while an immigrant child in California may out-earn a native-born child in Mississippi or Nebraska, they don't out-earn their native-born peers who grew up in the same areas. Some of them may go to work for tech companies, but how many of them start their own? They don't make the next Amazon or Google. Elon Musk, an immigrant, had to buy Twitter because he would have failed if he had tried to start his own. You see it in sports too. Immigrants go into the NBA, but none of them starts their own league. Black Americans have done it. So you can claim that they take advantage of the opportunities that exist, but you can't claim that they made the opportunities. And there's no shortage of white media articles and studies that show immigrants actually tend to make significantly less than the native-born population. That's two diametrically opposed narratives. Immigrants both out-earn native-born Americans and at the same time take the lowest-paying jobs and earn less? Both of these can't be true. These are the myths, tropes, and media fantasies that have arisen over time. And yet these are the kind of talking points that the tethers like to try to glom onto. We've already mentioned how there's literally tons of government and corporate programs and giveaways for immigrants, and that these immigrants eagerly take advantage of them. But what needs to be said is that they turn around and claim that nobody ever helped them. Everything they have and have done was the sole result of their own hard work dent in industry. They sound like so many people from the dominant society who have been the beneficiaries of centuries of white privilege through laws, largesse, and giveaways from the government and corporations, which skews the entire economy in their favor, and then they tell black people nobody ever did anything to help them. Yes, immigrants learn very quickly what the rules of racism are. Immigrants as a group are not more prosperous than the native-born population. You have some on the white right, and left too, truth be told, who see certain economic and political advantages in letting in certain migrants because they feel that these people will fit into their economic view of the world. But these people are also very susceptible to become white supremacist adjacent. See people like Amy Chua, Juju Chang, Dinesh D'Souza, etc. It's no accident these white supremacists pick people from certain places. If you have some tether who allegedly came to the US with only pocket lint, it's only fair to ask them then why they're still so dusty. But the greatest sign of the fallacy of the immigrant as superior is to look at the home countries. These places have the same technology as the US. American corporations have factories in these places. They all want to dress, eat, and live like Americans. And yet the highest growth industry in those countries happens to be airline tickets out of there. Of course, the tethers will post something on social media or perhaps their Substack or what have you, claiming that theirs is a superior culture. That's what Amy Chua wrote about in her book, talking about the triple package or whatever, saying that basically these immigrants come from a superior culture. Well, if that's the case, that still doesn't make any sense. Because why the world would somebody leave a place if it's a superior culture? Anywhere else would be inferior, wouldn't it? That makes sense, doesn't it? The reality is you can't build a superior civilization abroad until you first learn how to do it at home. And that's the huge flaw that goes along with the immigrant culture is superior argument. When you go to these countries, you don't see people hustling or building businesses there. Instead, you see them sitting around complaining about the government. Black Americans with no resources, no guns, and no power change things for ourselves. There's no excuse for these other allegedly harder working people to not be able to do the same. You see, that's the flip side of the immigrants work harder argument that nobody talks about. When you have people, particularly Americans, who go to these foreign countries, people who can't even speak the language and don't know the culture, but they can get things off the ground. The government doesn't seem to be a barrier for them. Yet you'll have the native populations in these foreign countries who have been in these places not merely for generations, but for thousands of years, and yet will be the very first ones to claim that they're being held back, and it's the government, or what have you. The difference is personal responsibility. When black blood and struggle and white supremacist trickery has done 80% of the work, it's easy to walk into a pre-made situation like that and then brag that you did things. But we have to separate fact from fiction. The white media is in the business of mind control, and they'll use whatever narrative they think is most expedient. And the immigrants work harder or start more businesses narrative, it was all part of that exact same fraud. And the immigrants who thought to themselves that apparently these white supremacists like them, they're finding out exactly what's going on. Your work ethic doesn't make you the white supremacist equal. These immigrants thought the white media was on their side, but here they are getting rounded up, and the white media is reporting on it as if it was just the latest sports page. No big deal. But that's a huge part of how white supremacy has sustained and perpetuated its grip on power, by bringing in some new folks who haven't necessarily seen all the white supremacy's tricks, or who might think to themselves that these tricks are reserved for other people. White supremacy pats them on the head, feeds them a line about how, well, we really like you guys because you guys, you're harder working. And then in the end, cuts their throats. But then again, no one's been deceived. No one's been fooled. People have known exactly what the game is. What they thought was that they were going to be allying themselves with white supremacy and dumping on foundational black Americans. And what they would do is they would aggrandize themselves by saying, well, we just work harder than these guys. And in a perverted kind of way, they may actually have a point. After all, self-deception, that is some pretty sick work. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Wally Bilal, James, Leonard Cottingham, David Williams, and Jerlene Harris. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Peace, family. My name is Vicky Dillon for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in, family. I want to get right to where I'm going. Yes, I want to remind you of something that our great living legend and icon, the great Dr. Claude Anderson, said about your former first Black president of the United States, Barack Hussein Obama. Now, why am I talking about this now? I'm talking about this now because we have no business listening to even your former Democrat presidents. Why? Obama just broke his silence recently about why he's so weak and why it appears that Trump is so strong. Let's just call it what it is. He was crying a river, family, because he was focused on what white folks said about him versus making real substantive and tangible changes for the true founding fathers and mothers of this country, which are foundational Black Americans. Yeah, so he was more worried about pleasing white folks than getting results for us. That's what his comments are lately. How many of y'all been seeing my other broadcasts that I did recently on Barack Obama? But in his headlines, he's saying, quote, imagine if I had done any of this. Barack Obama reacts to Trump administration after tariff shocker. Former U.S. President Barack Obama has said that he has been watching the new administration of President Donald Trump for a little while and has not spoken publicly for quite a long time. In an onstage interview at Hamilton College, Obama said that he does not think Trump's new tariffs would be good for America, but he said he is more concerned with what he describes as the White House infringement of rights. So he's talking about all that, right? No, you should have been focused on the Black folk, our rights. When you was in office, you used a little bit of power that you had to control both levels of Congress, both the House of Representatives and the Senate, and you being president, you use that to push through LGBTQ stuff and Obamacare, especially Obamacare, I should say, because you had a little bit of help with the Republicans on the other one. You didn't do strong legislation to help to get reparations for Black folks. Yes. Why am I bringing up this lately? Why am I bringing up this next topic? I had to remind you all of something our great living legend, the great Dr. Claude Anderson, said about Barack Obama on the Breakfast Club sometime back. Watch this clip.
What do you think of Barack Obama being president?
But Barack Obama is a joke. Barack Obama didn't do a darn thing for Black folk. As a matter of fact, he hurt Black folk in two ways. First of all, he had 8 years to do something for Black folk, but he carefully and judiciously judiciously avoided doing anything for Black folk. And most of my white friends told me in politics, and I was always with president governors, they say, hey, we would never have voted for Obama. We know he's gonna do something for Black folk. We knew he would never do anything for Black folk. And so, but that's the first thing, he never did anything for Black folk. But he used that old thing that they did back in Philadelphia in 1789. He used very broad, ambiguous terms. I'm the president of all the people.
They like to say a rising tide lifts all boats.
That's a stupid thing.
Yeah, because Black people boat got a hole in it.
That's right. It's in the bottom of the damn river.
Yeah.
Okay, did you hear what our living legend said? Dr. Claude Anderson, who worked for former president of the United States, Jimmy Carter. Dr. Claude Anderson, that's ran both state and different types of political campaigns and won. Dr. Claude Anderson, who has both academic credentials and otherwise. Dr. Claude Anderson that worked in the Commerce Department, that Dr. Claude Anderson. He said Obama was a joke for Black folks. He said he not only didn't help Black folks, he said he hurt Black people. And he did so consciously and intentionally. I'm paraphrasing that part. He said he went out of his way to make sure he didn't help us. And what else did Dr. Claude Anderson reveal? He said some of the white folks that he knows says that they wouldn't have voted for Obama if they knew he was going to do anything for Black people. Dr. Claude Anderson is an insider, so he knows his stuff. So, we don't want to hear nothing you got to say, Mr. Obama. Dr. Claude Anderson already told us about you. We already know about you. We already know about you. We don't want to hear nothing you got to say. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about it, though, beloved. My name is Vicky Dillon, family. Be sure to go to my website at VickyPlanet.com and check out my upcoming very special and important limited seating webinar. I'm going to expose Robert F. Kennedy. Have y'all been hearing what's going on in the news about Robert F. Kennedy? Well, guess what? Me, Vicky Dillon, I had a one-on-one with him, a face-to-face in Colorado last summer. Now, enough of Black media didn't cover that. Enough of alternative Black media didn't give me the credit that I was due because of that encounter and what I did related to confronting him on reparations and some other things. We'll talk about it myself, because look what's happening in the news. What's happening in the news also represents something that I said to him during that confrontation. You don't want to miss it. Go to my website, save your seat today at VickyPlanet.com. That's VICKI Planet.com.
Jesse. Coordinated. Let's break this down. First, there is a network of Fulani diaspora organizations across Europe and North America that have become the loudest voices in this propaganda war. Now ask yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. My apologies. All right, what are your thoughts about the Black immigrants more successful than Black? Yeah, but did you give your thoughts?
We're past Vicky Dillon too.
Okay.
I already said this. Dr. Claudia Anderson been saying those things, and she was right. She did push the envelope with the questions with RFK Jr. when he was here, and no one gave her respect except for us.
Yep.
Yeah, we was all over that. I was all over that. We was all over it as it was happening. We pulled the receipts. Go ahead. And I think that's it. I'm not sure what else we're talking about.
Yeah, we knocked old Sambo out the paint. All right, so the last few topics are: Arthur reveals Kamala Harris lied about how Super Jim Crow Biden endorsed her.
That was not a joke.
Well, that's what we thought initially, but
I mean, that's what it was. They're right there in front of everybody.
But there's a book that just came out, Lady Che, like a couple of days ago that says otherwise. Hold on, I gotta find the video. Just continue talking.
I just don't understand. Like, if everything's right in front of you on camera, it's very clear that she was out of kill. She made some who's the one driving the motherfucking bus. I mean, write a book about what? It's right there in front of you. You know what I mean? But and people, I guess they just let anybody write books and make music.
Yeah. They just let anybody write books these days. All right.
Write books, make music, to do things in the government. I mean, it's just like for all.
Yeah.
I just want to know what all this crazy shit happened. Is anybody really elevating or getting paid? Because it don't look like it.
Yeah. It doesn't look like it at all. We're on the queue. So weird. Here it is. Sister Vicky Dillon is going to give us an update on this.
The power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Experience and Progress. Experience the vibrancy of the
My name is Vicky Dillon for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to give us a big thumbs up, and share the broadcast. Thank you so very much. Family, we've got to talk. let me tell you all something. We have to continue, just like in any sports. Do you know that when you are watching us, which I'm not a sports person at all, but I do know that sometimes
big time off Sleepy Jim Crow.
Athletes will watch the replay, the back play, or whatever term you all use to pay attention, to watch, to observe how they moved in previous games, right? They need to learn from their previous actions. That informs, whether or not they win or lose going forward, how they can enhance their techniques. Is that right, family? Well, family, how many of you all know that's the case as it relates to certain military strategies, other areas, as well other disciplines? Yes, that's important. And only a fool would sit there and say, well, that happened a couple of months ago, so what do I need to discuss that for? This is the most important thing that we need to be studying, because we're learning about power moves, and we're learning how the other side speaks, how they move, and how they maintain power. Yes, and how they also work and integrate with the powers that shouldn't be as well. So it's the case with the both the Republican and Democrat Party. In this particular case, of course, we're talking about the Democrats. Why are we talking about the Democrats? Well, there's a tell-all book that's out now. And the author of this book, that's entitled Fight, The Wildest Battle for the White House. Now, it said that this book is already a bestseller, but it was a lot of interesting things that has been revealed from this book so far. I want you first, before I show you a recent interview of this tell-all book from one of the authors, Amy Parnes. She joins News Nation to discuss it. I want to remind you of something that Kamala Harris said on cable news. Watch this.
When he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
We were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
He was very clear that he was going to support me.
Okay, family. Now notice, she is specifically asked about whether or not Biden immediately wanted to endorse her. Now pay attention to where she said she was in the kitchen and all the stuff that she was doing in the kitchen and stuff. Y'all saw that? Okay, family. Now watch this clip of the new book that's just literally been out for a few days at the time of this airing, of Amy Parnes on News Nation. Watch this.
The role of Biden, Amy, there are two schools. One is he was resistant to the change and stayed resistant throughout. The second was he was resistant to the change, and then he said, all right, I'm going out, but it's going to be Harris, and that he didn't want a primary. What did you find out?
Yeah. Well, so we know that there is a secret meeting going on in the final minutes before President Biden drops out at the time. It's at the Naval Observatory. It's in Kamala Harris's pool house there. Her advisors, her closest advisors, are gathered, and they're talking about what happens when and if Joe Biden drops out. We find out that he does drop out there, and one of her aides rushes in to be with her. Biden doesn't want to immediately endorse her. He wants to kind of let the moment sink in and then endorse her a couple of days later. And she says, no, I need your endorsement right now.
Do you believe which story do you believe more? That the Pelosi and the party said it has to be Harris, or that Biden wanted to pick who it would be?
I think that Pelosi and the party, they were very squeamish on Harris going in. We have reporting in the book that says he goes, she goes. I think a lot of people wanted a primary, but it was a little too late for that.
Yeah.
Okay, she said that there was a secret meeting going on, family, before Joe. She said not only was a secret meeting going on, but she said this was at the Naval Observatory, Kamala's pool house. Now remember, I showed you the clip of Kamala telling Dana Bash and stuff that she's just in the kitchen and stuff. with the family. And when she specifically asked about the timing and whether or not Joe Biden immediately wanted to endorse her and so forth, notice how she worded the language there. The author says that Joe Biden didn't want to immediately do it, but that Kamala's team and stuff said to tell him, no, we need it now. Now, why would somebody lie about such details? Why wouldn't she, if she didn't want to reveal it, just simply tell the interviewer, hey, look, this is such private information. You know, when you receive such a call from such a statesman, which we know is a lie, but you know, they like to lie about Joe Biden. But when you receive such a call from a statesman that served his country for so many decades in different positions in government, and they call to tell you that they're actually stepping down, and here it is, your opportunity to become the greatest, most powerful leader of the free world. And there's just some things that we just want to keep to ourselves. But just know he wanted to endorse me. Just know it was in a private family affair, and that it meant so much to me. Child, she just lied about the details just to be lying and stuff. And why? Because they want you to believe that everybody was on board. They're trying to paint a picture to the masses to convince us to do something and give us an impression about those that are around her so that we can be informed by their decisions, where everybody was making it seem like, okay, let's go for Kamala. Talk black to me, somebody. I can't wait to see what you have to say about it. I want you to observe the actions. And I want you to recall how the Democrat Party moved to put her in positions, and notice they discussed also a very important part about the primaries. She said Joe Biden didn't even want no primaries. So what are we sitting up here talking about? Well, it wasn't enough time for the primaries. Baby, we can do anything overnight. They could have put together a digital system to where certain Democrats, the delegates and so forth, could have voted digitally. They could have told everybody, hey, because this is an emergency, because you didn't see the rest of the interview, do you know that the Democrats were concerned that Joe Biden, not just that he was mentally ill and disturbed. The author says that ever since 2023, they was nervous he wouldn't even make it, meaning alive. Meaning they was hoping, they was scared he was going to have an obituary. And she went so far as to talk about in other parts of the interview how Kamala's staff members kept federal Republican judges' name on them at all times. Just in case something happened, that'll be the one, I guess, to swear her in. So you see how they kept lying and 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 lying to us. This is what I'm trying to get you all to see. One of the reasons why Kamala was rejected, it wasn't because she wasn't a liar like the rest of many politicians. It was that she was a very bad liar. She wasn't a convincing one. She was one that we could read through real good and real quick. Talk black to me, somebody. Or shall I say really good and really quick?
Yeah.
The point is, whenever the Democrats try to tell you they didn't have enough time to do a primary, which means to give us a choice that we wanted of other folks that could have possibly been a better candidate for president, not Joe Biden and not Kamala Harris.
Right.
They had no intentions of making that happen because they said from the jump, Joe Biden did not want a primary. But guess what? It's not up to him. We're the American people. And the Democrats lost because you all chose to force feed us this foolishness.
Right.
My name is Vicky Diller, beloved. Be sure to check out my website. I have an upcoming event.
Yep, shout out to Vicky Diller. All right. Letitia, what's your thoughts on this new book that's come out?
Now they gotta suffer the consequences for all of that. I mean, remember them not wanting that broad? They didn't want that broad. They put up, they had some names. They had to, shoot her. So they done a whole bunch of shit. They didn't even give the independents or anybody else a fucking primary. So they wanted this man in the office.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not let it get twisted. They wanted him in there. They pushed, making a selection, and they selected who the fuck they want. But now they all gotta reap the fucking reward of that. You sold they sold, Democrats included.
Yeah.
They sold this. Now they gotta reap that motherfucking shit till it's done, until they can fix it, or they get tired, or maybe they or their family lose their job. Who fucking knows? You know what I mean? Till it hits their pocket and it hits home for them, they ain't gonna fucking stop. Once it hits their pocket and it hits home, then they go start to feel like every other motherfucking American. They did this. Democrats contributed. Republicans wanted it. Everybody wanted it. They wanted this. If they wanted it, a serious candidate for president, they would have let all the independents and the Green Party people primary. They would have let the motherfucking the up and coming Democrats they kind of like looked into while they were waiting for whether or not Harris was gonna be the runner or not runner or whatever the fuck. A couple of days where they were like, oh no, what they knew.
Yeah.
But they knew exactly what the fuck was going on. So this is the thing. So everybody wanted that man in office. Everybody, they knew it. Democrats knew it. Independents knew it. Everybody tried to stop it. Or the independents tried to stop it. You know what I mean? Like Cornel West and a couple other ones. They weren't hearing that shit. The Democrats fucking took the booty and then gave up or didn't fight strong enough. Did they put her up against him for what reason? Because she was the vice president. That's it. That's all. Did they prepare her? Did they plan for her? No. Did we give her the business? Yeah, we didn't like her anyway. Write a book or whatever. The book, you know, she wasn't like, you know, she wasn't his first choice either. But keep in mind, the vice presidency made him seem like she was, she was on the civil rights bus and he was the driver. Yeah, she was right there being oppressed, and she was on that civil rights bus. And fucking Biden was the driver, kept turning around and telling her to sit back. Shut up. She was like that. So, you know, out of guilt, Mr. I'm not a racist, as his vice president. So, I mean, let's just be honest about that shit. Let's just be honest. It was right there in front of everybody. I was the little girl on the bus. No, you weren't. Shut the fuck up. Just stop. He felt some kind of guilt, white guilt. Fuck Joe's or vice president. Everybody seen that shit. Everybody seen it. I was the little girl on the bus. No, you weren't. Shut up. And he wasn't the driver. Jim Crow Biden was driving the motherfucking civil rights bus of fucking oppression and segregation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just happened to be her light ass motherfucker was on there and sitting in the back of the feeling some kind of way. Yeah, right. That was the case. She got better by the reparations. She didn't get fucked up like that. So, you know, let's just be honest about it.
Well, remember she told us.
Want to support her? He had no motherfucking choice.
Remember she told us this in 2019, y'all.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit Black people. No, because
he didn't have any choice whether or not he endorsed her. He didn't have really a choice. If he didn't endorse her, there would be a real problem. If he endorsed her, there wasn't really that much of an issue.
Oh shit! Pope is dead.
Does it really count as an endorsement when you're running around with the president? No, it's not an endorsement. That's just something you have to do.
Breaking news, Black family: the Pope is dead. They just broke into the infomercials or whatever to tell us that Pope Francis is dead at 88 years old.
88.
Mm-hmm.
Most motherfuckers don't live to see 45.
Right.
88, and he was cared for like a little baby.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? Rest in Pope power, I guess.
The Pope was the one that sanctioned, allowed for the transatlantic slave trade to happen in the first place.
Not that Pope.
Oh.
Not that Pope. You'd only been a Pope for a little while.
Yeah, that's true.
There's other ones that were just as grimy, you know what I mean? Just as complicit, just as culpable, different things. And I'm just saying, man, I don't give a fuck about this book or whatever. I don't give a fuck. He didn't really have a choice to picking or endorsing her. Kind of had to, but nobody wanted her. And if they really, if Pelosi and them were really serious about it, they would have tried to hold a primary. Nobody wanted to do that. And Trump didn't even show up. Keep in mind, they had whole debates where he didn't even show up.
Yep, I remember.
Before it was just him and her.
Yeah.
And he got to choose the motherfucking TV station. This is what they wanted.
Yeah.
This is their fucking seat to sow. Their seat to sow. You know what I mean? That's what they wanted. So now they got to suffer the consequences of it. And we just got to, look at our feet and mosey on our way to go do other things that have nothing to do with them.
Yeah.
We just got to keep eyes on it, like side-eye. You know what I mean?
Yep, and ease on down the road.
Just side-eye them and just think about it, ponder to ourselves on what we're going to do, because this shit is about to get stupid, and it's getting stupid now, and it's about to get ugly for us, so we need to prepare. And there's no sense of going to ask them for help. Obviously, that's not going to happen. So think about it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Lady Che. So moving along, we got is Letitia James about to go down like Marilyn Mosby. For those that don't remember, Letitia James is the one that is the Attorney General of New York State, and she was going after the dump heavy, and she didn't think the dump was going to get in the office, and now it's coming back to bite her. So is she going to be wearing a huh?
Everybody who's getting in office.
He's on the war path. So the professor going to give us an update on that.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check to make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. Man, it's a rough year for Letitia James, and it's barely started. She's trying to run for re-election as New York Attorney General, and on Tuesday, she's going to be having a fundraiser scheduled, calling for contributions from $500 all the way up to $18,000 if you got it. Now, while the white-right media tries to make this sound like it's crazy, it's actually not. Politicians, especially in New York, as expensive as that place is, they try to get big donations all the time because in these huge political markets like that, you need them. And it's not as if the locals aren't good for it. So let's not be stuck on stupid about that. But while Letitia James is trying to stay in office, seems the orange man is plotting putting her in a prison cell instead. The director of Trump's Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte, has referred Letitia James to the Justice Department for criminal prosecution. Now, Bill Pulte is the grandson of William J. Pulte, who is the founder and chairman of Pulte Group, one of the largest home construction and real estate development companies in the U.S. Whenever you see those signs that say Pulte Homes, that's them. So why is the heir to the Pulte home crime family, dynasty, trying to get Letitia James put in the pokey? Because Letitia James successfully had Trump prosecuted and convicted for exaggerating the value of his real estate assets, and she secured a $450 million judgment against him. This would be financially ruinous to the orange man, especially since this conviction took place at the state level, so Trump can't even use his own pardon powers to get himself out from under this judgment. The only thing that saved him was getting back into the White House. So Trump is wanting to get some payback, and he might have found his angle. According to the letter that Pulte sent to the Attorney General, which got immediately given to the media, on August 17th, 2023, Ms. James granted Ms. Shamice Thompson Harrison power of attorney to make a Virginia property her principal residence, quote unquote. See Exhibit A, and on August 30th and 31st, 2023, through her attorney, Ms. James purchased this property in Norfolk, Virginia. In a Fannie Mae Freddie Mac Form 3047 and in mortgage documents, she reaffirmed that this would be her primary residence, despite being a statewide public office holder in the state of New York at that time, and primarily residing in the state of New York. A building permit issued on her New York property on July 15th, 2024, lists her New York property as the James residence. At the time of the 2023 Norfolk, Virginia property purchase and mortgage, Ms. James was the sitting Attorney General of New York and is required by law to have her primary residence in the state of New York, even though her mortgage applications list her intent to have the Norfolk, Virginia property as her primary home. It appears Ms. James' property and mortgage-related misrepresentations may have continued to her recent 2023 Norfolk, Virginia property purchase in order to secure a lower interest rate and more favorable loan terms. Now, for those of you who follow the black media, I'm sure you're going, man, doesn't this sound a lot like what happened to Marilyn Mosby? We'll get to her in a minute. But Pulte's letter goes on to say, February 14th, 2021, Ms. Letitia James purchased this 5-family dwelling. Ms. James secured a conforming loan through the Fannie Mae Freddie Mac Form 3033. Conforming loans are only available on 4-unit or less structures. Spanning the last 2 decades, Ms. James has consistently misrepresented the same property as only having 4 units in both building permit applications and numerous mortgage documents and applications. Conforming loans, or Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac backed mortgages, have favorable rates and terms. Conforming single-family loans are subject to a cap of 4 dwellings per property. A building that exceeds 4 units must be treated as a multifamily property and typically has larger down payment requirements and higher interest rates terms. It appears that Ms. James may have listed the Brooklyn, New York property as 4 units instead of 5 units in order to meet the conforming loan requirements and thus receive better interest rates. Ms. James also appears to have used this same falsification in order to receive mortgage assistance through HAMP being the Home Assistance Modification Program. And just to make it extra odious, Pulte also attached documentation saying that in 1983, Ms. James and her father signed mortgage documents that stated they were husband and wife in order to secure a home mortgage. See Exhibit F. Then, on May 4th, 2000, Ms. James was listed again as husband and wife in documents. So what this proves is that the Trump administration is using their departments to investigate people going back decades, long before they were in politics or the public eye. This is precisely the kind of blatantly vindictive maneuvers, just the egregiously retaliatory moves that people were accusing Trump of, and here he is proving that he's just as blatant about it as people thought. What this shows is Pulte and his pals didn't just happen to stumble upon this information. They had to dig deep to find this kind of dirt. So that tells you that's what they're doing with their government offices. Interestingly, though, Pulte didn't decide to make the whole father, daughter, husband, wife thing into some sort of grounds for further investigation. In fact, he himself basically admits that, saying while this was a long time ago, it raises serious concerns about the validity of Ms. James' representations on mortgage applications. So what that says to me is Bill Pulte knows that even if this father and daughter claiming to be husband and wife thing is true, he knows that there can't be a prosecution, probably because it's past the statute of limitations, or because he feels having used his office to dig this deeply into Letitia James' past would make any sort of criminal action into an obvious malicious prosecution. Otherwise, he would have been telling Pam Bondi, hey, you need to investigate this too. So this is actually a press release meant to be put out to the public. This is all about damaging Letitia James' reputation, and I have no sympathy for her. Want not, waste not, I suppose. Trump is recycling the same playbook that took down another city girl prosecutor, Marilyn Mosby, and just in case it wasn't blatantly clear that this was purely retaliatory, Pulte specifically mentioned Mosby by name and her conviction. And on a side note for what might be in the future for Letitia James, when Marilyn Mosby was being prosecuted, there were some of the usual suspects, the same old suck-ups and shills who were trying to get her a pardon after her conviction. People like Mushmouth Crump and Angela Rye with lettuce and tomatoes on the side. But Jim Crow Joe wasn't having it. He refused to issue Marilyn Mosby a pardon, though he did make sure to pardon his own drug addict, gun-toting son after he said that he wouldn't pardon him. So if Letitia James winds up being prosecuted and convicted, even if some Democrat gets in there right after Trump, what are the chances that they're going to pardon her? And of course, we would be remiss if we didn't mention Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD, if only in passing. Because even though Trump has given him a stay of execution, the long knives are still out for him, regardless of how the next mayoral election turns out, because it was the Democrats who began the process of investigating him in the first place. So they're not even being subtle about what's going on. The celebratory air of this letter is meant to make it clear that Trump is evening the score. This is part of the Trump revenge tour. Letitia James has given the kind of predictable non-denial denials that you would expect at this kind of development, but it's hard to say how that's going to help her. At the rate things are going, it's probably only a matter of time before poor Letitia has to start an OnlyFans. A lot of these boss bees like Marilyn, Mosby, and others look like they came straight off the polls, so it ain't nothing for them to go back. But as for Letitia James, I've got zero sympathy for her, and you shouldn't either. She was one of the main people who went out of her way to ignore Black people being gunned down in the streets in her state, and instead she decided that she was going to go with the politically correct hysteria about Stop Asian Hate. But this is a woman who made it very clear as far as she was concerned. She understands what the rules of racism are, and she's going to climb the political ladder literally over Black people's dead bodies. Even though Black people were and remain the vast majority of hate crimes victims. No hotline for Black victims, no task force for Black victims here, because she understands that's exactly what America is based on. It's not based on Asian hate. It's based on and has always been based on anti-Black racism. And just like Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD, Letitia James, who bragged about being the state's top cop, she wants to make it very clear. She understands being able to kill Black people with impunity, that's a crucial element of maintaining the racial hierarchy that is this tortured fever dream of a society calling itself America. She understood that, and she wanted to stand for it boldly. She was playing politics with Black people's lives. What she thought was that she was going to ingratiate herself with other people and that they would support her. And that being the case, I see no reason for her to be depending on Black people now. She decided to bend over backwards to represent only certain people, and certainly not Black people. Fine. Let those other people who she made it a point to represent stick up for her, and they'll be the only ones. These corrupt and crumbling self-interested Negro misleaders need to be made to pay a heavy price for playing the game of anti-Black racism. Letitia James made it a point to say that no one is above the law. And yet, the politicians and their rich pals like Trump, Mosby, and James are certainly not under the law like everyone else. Let's not kid ourselves. There's no good guys in this fight. They're all scumbags. All that's happened now is Trump has decided that if he has to be subject to the law, then everyone else has to as well. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Black Mama, Alice Ransom, Richard Griffith, Marcus Pridgeon, and L. Wilson. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on what the good professor just laid out for us about Letitia James?
Well, she said she was going to go after her. I bet they're going after her now.
No.
Yes, under the jail. I guess she's after that now.
Yeah. She was
like, God, she couldn't find anybody else to play husband. You got to go with your daddy. That's weird. I mean, even as acids, like, since when is it wrong to put a parent versus, since when does a mate trump a parent in the sense of acids? It doesn't.
Right.
I mean, a parent will always probably be the better choice versus a mate. A parent is long term, forever, and whatever, you know, versus an a boyfriend or a mate or something that you can be like only for a few years. So if you're getting an acid, I think the parent would be much better on paperwork versus that's crazy. And the fact that they dug so deep or whatever, yeah, I mean, nobody really gave a fuck about that broad, so it's kind of like she did this to herself, and everybody knew that fucking Trump was going to end up being the president. Everybody knew. No disillusions about that. So She was riding that train.
Everybody knew except the Democrats.
Everybody knew. So it's not a joke. It was not like an unforeseen thing. Everybody knew it was like if you didn't know, if you thought there was going to be a different winner, I mean, period. It's slow.
Yeah, you're lost in the sauce.
So, she don't really have no excuse. And her trying to go after him, I mean, what did she think? He said he was gonna go on a revolt tour. He said he was gonna go after everybody who tried to go after him.
Yeah, revenge tour, yeah.
And that shit was going on. She wasn't doing anything for black people anyway. Again, what can black people really do against motherfucking Trump? When, right now he not only has the little black book, but he's like not letting free speech back there. Everybody's at risk. He doesn't give a damn. You know what I mean? Fucking consequences. He might deal with them later. Evidently not. You know what I mean? Evidently not.
No, he's just gonna pardon himself.
Not even that. Like, he doesn't give a fuck if you arrest you or not.
Nope.
He doesn't care if you go missing in the United States or not.
Nope.
He does not give a fuck. Right now, he doesn't give a fuck, and everybody's fucking bagging and all this extra shit. Still don't give a fuck. So, yeah, it was like, this is what they wanted.
Yep, they got what they wanted. All right, so we're down to the last two topics, and that is when anti-black discrimination goes wrong, and pastor says blacks should submit to law and order.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. We see it every day. Black people who have done nothing wrong, who try to buy something at a store, usually because it's convenient to them, and they become the target of racial harassment and discrimination. But in too many cases, you got black folks who are subsidizing the racists. The root of this particular disease is what Dr. Claude Anderson called inappropriate behavior. There are many groups who have bootstrapped their own economies off of black customers, and then they weaponize the money that these black customers gave them in order to attack the very black community who patronized them. This is a reality. The politicians refuse to admit to it, the media refuses to talk about it, but too many black people refuse to stop doing it. Because were it not for black customers, these anti-black racists would have no customers at all. Now, why do so many black people keep engaging in such inappropriate behavior? It's because too many of us have taken on making excuses for the inexcusable. We resort to one of two talking points. Either we claim that such and such racist has lower prices, or we try to tell ourselves that their goods, whatever they are of higher quality. Neither claim is true. The reality is there's too many black people who practice self-hate. And when you decide that you're going to put money into the pockets of people who hate you, that is an expression and manifestation of self-hatred. Full stop. We have to take a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to anti-black racism from anyone who's calling themselves trying to do business with us. The first rule of any business is reciprocation. You only do business with others to the exact same extent that they do business with you. When someone does a lot of business with you, then you can do a lot of business with them. If someone only does moderate business with you, then you only do moderate business with them. But if someone does no business with you at all, then you're a fool if you do business with them. This is where practically all other groups fall when it comes to us. You want to teach people that anti-black racism is some sort of victimless crime? Go ahead and keep rewarding them with your money whenever they do stuff against you, or for any reason at all. People should have to earn access to your money. And when it comes to people in groups who have a proven track record of anti-black racism, that proof doesn't simply take the form of whether or not they pretend to have a paste-on smile when you walk in the door. They got to do a lot more than that. That happens to be a subject that just irks me no end. But it's not exactly the purpose of this morning's briefing. This morning's briefing, we're going to get to an example of discrimination gone wrong, but not for the reasons that the white media would lead you to think. Back in June of 2020, two white friends, Amanda Mills and Angela Smith, planned a joint family camping trip to Lazy Grove Campground in Virginia. Both of these two white women have families, but the difference is that Angela Smith's husband is black. Together, they have a biracial son. Angela Smith accepted her friend's invitation, and Angela and her family moved into a camper next to the Mills family. Angela Mills, however, got a phone call from the owner of the campground, a woman named Regina Turner. Turner told Mills, "You didn't tell me that your friend's husband is black." She went on to say, "Had I known, I wouldn't have rented that lot to them. I saw the sun, but I figured everyone makes a mistake." Gee, kind of reminds me of Nuri Martinez and those racist Latino LA City Council members now, doesn't it? According to court documents, Turner told another tenant on the campground that she wanted to wait until the Mills lease ended instead of moving forward with an immediate eviction. Quote, "I can't make them move now because if I give both of them moving notices now, they could take my park from me. I'm smart, you know, and I've got to use my head." As it was, Turner carried out her threat, and both of the families were forced to leave the campground when they were pushed out in August of 2020 after Turner refused to renew their lease. Ms. Smith claims that they had never experienced this before. Keep in mind, they live in Virginia, which is one of the most backward and racist states in the U.S., but presumably with a straight face, this woman actually said, "Never, never anything like this. We have never had anyone say anything or not even so much as a look or a stare, nothing. I just couldn't believe it." Like, you hear so many stories of racism and things being said against other nationalities, and you always hear about that. But then there was still a part of me that I was just dumbfounded that someone could be so blatant and unapologetic about it and see absolutely no wrong with it. Now, assuming she wasn't doing this as white woman's tears, the question becomes, how could she not have experienced this before? Okay, maybe she hadn't caught the perpetrators in the act, but she's a white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, so when she says, "We have never had anything like this happen," what she's really saying is she never had anything like this happen to her. And she never noticed how racist her white neighbors and relatives and complete strangers were before now. The Virginia Attorney General's Office and the Virginia Fair Housing Board filed a civil suit against Turner on 1 count of refusing to rent and 2 counts of discrimination. The suit resulted in the families being rewarded $100,000 each for their losses. By the way, I want you to keep that part about 2 counts of discrimination in mind. We'll be coming back to that. The jury also awarded an additional $550,000 in punitive damages. The state attorney general was patting himself on the back, claiming the $750,000 verdict more than triples the state's former largest fair housing victory, which was a $200,000 judgment in a 2011 sexual harassment case. Now, since when is sexual harassment in housing more severe or widespread than racial discrimination? The only way that a sexual harassment suit is the largest fair housing judgment on record is if the authorities are intentionally refusing to pursue racial discrimination cases, and even when circumstances force them to have to pursue a suit, they actually decide that they're going to lowball whatever the punitive damages are. The reality is this was more about reinforcing white privilege than anything else. We'll come to that in a moment. Turner's lawyer is hoping that they can get the verdict set aside, which means they're hoping that some white judge will get on code for them. We'll see. But this case is noteworthy, even though it was just a laughably blatant act of anti-Black discrimination. The perpetrator in this case admitted to her crime. It doesn't get more cut and dry than that. And it tells you that this Turner woman has been getting away with this for a long time. Her behavior is surely no surprise to the local government there, and probably beyond that. That's why she had no problem calling up a customer and telling them all that stuff. She didn't fear any reprisals for making her confession because she knows the good old boys are on her side, and she's right. Now, of course, the entire reason that this lawsuit even happened was because of the husband, a Black man. He was the reason that this all happened. He was the one being discriminated against. And while it is good that this Black customer got a jury verdict in his favor, let's understand something. It was his white wife and her friends that the state was thinking about. That's just a fact. He was the one who was actually discriminated against, but these people, they just so happen to have their names on the paperwork, so let's go ahead and lump them in there too. Now, people like Ben Shapiro tell us that these kind of things don't happen anymore. There's no racial discrimination. People are judged by their character and not their skin color, and that if Black people would just stop talking about racism so much, then we wouldn't see it. Now, when is someone from the Democratic Party or the white left going to tell these inbreds like Shapiro that if they just stopped complaining about made-up things like reverse discrimination or anti-Semitism so much, then they wouldn't notice it? Nobody tells these white supremacists to grow up or shut up, which is why they continue to act up. This goes to show that the only racism is anti-Black racism. This heifer Turner, she's like all the others. She knows that what she's doing is wrong and illegal, and she thinks she's clever in how she's doing her dirt. Listen to what she herself said. If I give both of them moving notices now, they could take my park from me. I've got to use my head. She thought this through. She knew what she was doing was wrong and illegal. And she's surely done this before. This is the first time she's pulled a stunt like this. This is just the first time that there were some white people willing to corroborate the discrimination claim, because that's what this is really about. This is a victory for white witnesses in a civil lawsuit. Let's not fool ourselves here. That's the only reason the state even got involved, and the only reason that they're pretending to be glad with the outcome. You got a Republican attorney general, by the way, who was the guy crowing about this. It was because both families were on a joint trip together, but the only black people involved was the husband and maybe the biracial child. The racist Regina character, she wasn't trying to discriminate against that white couple, but since they were all camping together with this black man, well, she had to include them too. They weren't the ones being discriminated against, though. They just made the mistake of having their name on the paperwork with this black man, and yet they too were given some money for racial discrimination. Reminds you of how affirmative action and so-called DEI and these other alleged racial equality laws and programs have worked, doesn't it? And notice that nobody's calling this particular verdict controversial, that the state decided to include a white couple in a discrimination lawsuit against a black man. As Neely Fuller said, white supremacy believes in taking both sides of the argument. And no, I don't believe for even a nanosecond that that Republican attorney general is sincere about, we want to make sure Virginia's for everyone. The hell they do. As far as he was concerned, he rationalized what he was doing because there were some white people who were temporarily inconvenienced by it. And this Attorney General of Virginia, this Jason Miyares, however the hell you pronounce it, guy, he himself has a case against him right now because of the fact that a few years ago, he was helping to push those 2020 election hoax fraud things. He was claiming that election workers were stealing the election and such. This guy was involved in that. So this is hardly somebody who's on the side of the angels. He is a dyed-in-the-wool MAGA lunatic who thinks the 2020 election was somehow fraudulent. But this is the guy who's bragging about himself and how he was able to bring that lawsuit against the Turner woman to a successful conclusion. It just goes to show, whenever you got all these Democrats sitting here talking about we can't bring hate crimes cases because you harmed a black person, we can't do this, can't do that. It's not that they can't, it's that they don't want to. The Republicans are showing you what happens when the bar is on the ground. But apparently too many Democrats take that as a personal challenge to see if they can go lower. And tragically, too many black people are perfectly willing to accept that when every other group knows not to. Now, if a Republican attorney general of a state is willing to do a self-serving stunt like this, then the Democrats have absolutely no excuse for not going ham for any claim of anti-black discrimination. See, whenever they say that they're going to be different than Trump, as they're trying to say on TV right now, all that means is they're not going to be blatantly racist. Their rhetoric will be different, but that's about it. But when they refuse to take on and fight the white right, they are allowing every single anti-black law, every anti-black policy, and every anti-black act of hostility to go unanswered, which is the Democrats conceding the entire society to the white right. I don't demand merely that they give lip service. I want them in the enemy's face. And if they're not, then that makes them part and parcel with the enemy. Democrats should be the ones out there constantly saying that anti-black racism is real and that it must be fought and that they're going to fight it. They should be specifically spelling out what laws the Republicans have passed that they're going to overturn and what states they're going to withhold federal funding from. Make the bastards pay the highest price possible for anti-black racism. That's what Democrats should be saying and should be doing, but they're not. In other words, Democrats should be doing for Black Americans what they've been doing for Israelis who aren't even citizens. They should do what they did for Asians, even though it was Black people who were the vast majority of hate crimes victims during the Stop Asian Hate hysteria and remain the largest victims of hate crimes to the present. Until the Democrats do that, then you're kidding yourself if you claim that they're trying to change things. They refuse to even admit that there's a problem that has to be changed. While I don't have a problem with the Republican Attorney General bringing that suit, even though I think the numbers were greatly lowballed, the reality is if this is what Republicans are doing during a culture war with the orange man in office, then Democrats have absolutely no excuse whatsoever for not declaring all-out, open, hyper-aggressive war against the white right and their anti-black racism. Every single Democrat who's a state attorney general, as well as their U.S. attorney counterparts, should be out there constantly bringing up these suits. In a day and age when they allow trash like Ed Blum to file nuisance suits, and they've decided that the entire judiciary needs to become an auxiliary of the Federalist Society. This is the reason why Black people have no reason getting all hot and bothered about Democrats saying, you got to help us get the orange man under control next year. I need to know what Democrats are going to do for us. This society has bent over backwards and twisted itself into knots to make sure that everybody else is able to leapfrog over Black people. Our economic and political and social position in this society is not the result of any failing on our part. It is deliberately engineered into the society, and you see how it works. This society deliberately and intentionally empowers anti-Black racists specifically. And no, I don't want to hear any empty rhetoric from the Democrats about how evil and wrong the orange man is. We know that he's evil and wrong. The problem happens to be that Democrats have allowed the Republicans to go on a 50-year binge where they get to push all of this anti-Black garbage, and the Democrats don't say boo about it, but they tell Black folks they're going to be protecting us. Protecting us from what? There's been no protection. Trump is doing all this damage to America. Okay, and what are the Democrats going to do to repair it and reinforce it and to punish them for it? They're not talking about that. So what that means is they're actually planning more of the same. When a Republican attorney general in one of the most backward states in America brings a racial discrimination lawsuit that is primarily about a Black man, but tangentially some white folks too were incidentally included, then the Democrats have no excuse at all for not going completely and thoroughly on a full war footing against these anti-Black racists. And so long as they refuse to do so, they have no leg to stand on when they claim to be any better than the Republicans. And they certainly have no business lecturing us when we tell them that we are the ones who aren't happy campers. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Jacques Hargett, Mark Anderson, Miss Debbie, David Green, and Heru the Duke. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Jesse.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. I was saying, what are your thoughts, Lady Che, on the anti-discrimination case that Professor Black Truth just laid out for us?
I think he's right. And I also think too that the Democrats don't really got a good foot on anything to be, bring to the people. They failed. They've been failing. Same thing with Republicans, and he's right, especially like his last little 5 minutes of what he was talking about. I think all of that is very important, especially when trying to hold anybody in office accountable right now. All that shit right there that he just said, the last 5 minutes of his speech,
yeah,
was very relevant. Very relevant. But I'm going to say, and very, very serious, because they can say whatever, but that the days of pretty pandering is over with. And that goes for both parties. They both failed. They're epically failing. There's no one really trying to stop it. First they were big bad outside protesting. The motherfuckers that spoke up in the legislation, they were out there protesting. Now they're not doing any of that. So, there's a lot of things that I think that he's really right about. So, especially the last 10 minutes, what he was saying is really important, especially to now running for office. These are serious things that should be done. It's not political theater, and that's the case right now, where some people are really doing this political theater shit. We're seeing it everywhere, Yeah. They're not really trying to stop the thing or at least make it better. It's a lot of party first compliance or sphere or whatever. So yeah, I think that what he said was pretty relevant and something to think about. Really think about. No.
Yep, I agree. All right, so we're down to the last topic of the night, and that is Black pastor tells Black people we should obey law and order. Oh my God, Jack Lake pulpit pimps. All right, so Tariq's gonna give us an update on this.
Teach your Black children to be obedient towards authority. Stop blaming white cops for the killing of Black kids. Instead, teach your Black children to be obedient towards authority. And I don't care if most of y'all are Black. You need to teach your children to obey authority. We need to teach our sons and daughters to obey authority. We need to teach our children to not fight against authority, not fight against cops, not rebel. Be model citizens. Stop being rebellious towards authority. Be submitted to laws and ordinances. Stop parking in handicapped spaces unless you want a reason to park there. Pay your taxes and stop cheating on your documents. I'm gonna go deep. I'm about to get everybody mad. Stop bending your numbers. Watch. The Lord said, give back to Caesar what belongs to him. That is, be submitted to governmental authority. See, now watch. I see all of y'all looking at me. You know why you're looking at me like that? Because you don't read. After Jesus is resurrected, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. When I was 15 years old, I'm walking up Hollis. I'm walking down Hollis in Queens. And an Italian cop drove right by me. And I locked eyes with the cop, and we stared at each other. He drove by. My ego and his ego. No cameras, no iPhones, no social media, no recordings. And then he says one word to me. Listen to what he says to me. Listen to what he says to me. He says to me, watch, say something. And in that moment, I hear the voice of my mom and my father. Son, obey authority. Son, respect your elders. Son, don't be in trouble out there with the police. Son, make sure you listen to people when they talk and I can hear them blah, 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 blah. Oh. And in that moment with that Glock pressed to my head, I got to make a decision. Either my ego is going to be strong or my submission to authority is going to be stronger than my ego. And if I have not been taught to obey authority, and because I'm not saved, I'm separated from God now for all eternity by a cop's bullet. Why? Because my ego was stronger than my submission. I don't care.
So I'm from Queens, New York. My parents are actually from Trinidad. So I was the first person in my family born in the United States.
Y'all was eating bacon shark.
Yeah, all that.
Praise God.
All that, right?
Speaking of tethers, did y'all see the video clip I put up earlier? Oh Lord, I put up a video clip of this minister. What was his name? What's that minister's name? Hold on, what is that guy's name? This pastor, he has a church down in Atlanta. He had a church or has a church down in Atlanta. This guy, what is his name? I can't think. Philip Mitchell. Philip Mitchell, that's his name. Philip Mitchell. So this Philip Mitchell, he was doing a sermon, and he was like, the problem with police brutality, the problem ain't white cops shooting Black kids. That ain't the problem. The problem, Black kids don't respect authority. Black kids need to learn how to obey authority. We need to teach these black kids how to obey. What? What? He just went on this whole screed about how black folks and black kids need to stop being rebellious, stop fighting against authority, and go along with authority and comply with authority. Just kind of went on and on. I'm like, what the? I said, wait a minute. Where is this dude from? Where is his family from? Nope. Nobody. Where your family from?
Right.
With all of that, we need to comply and don't rebel, and our kids need to respect the authority of the police and don't whoop. I researched this dude, got a video clip of him talking about where he's from. He's like, yeah, I was born in New York and my parents are Trinidadian immigrants. Boom. There it is. I knew. Family, it's you kind of know at this point when people start saying some old bonehead ass shit. You kind of know. You understand. Family, that whole narrative, that's tether talk.
Yeah.
That's tether ass talk.
About revenge.
Family, that whole thing, you know, let me tell you something. And I resent that dude bringing his ass over here, bringing that same failed, buck broken, psychologically broken mindset that you're trying to infuse onto us. That's a very dangerous narrative to come over here and try to school us on how to just act better. The problem ain't the police. We just need to act better. No, sir. Because that type of talk shifts blame away from systematic abuse. By focusing on how black children behave, that Sambo pastor, you just ignore historic and institutional abuse that's been committed by law enforcement against black people, no matter how we act. That's victim blaming, disguised as wisdom. No, it ain't wisdom. That justifies deadly force against our children. That implies if a child don't say yes sir fast enough, or if he moves the wrong way, lethal force is justified. It ain't, nigga. None of that is justified for lethal force from a race soldier. That normalizes police executions of unarmed babies. That's not the consequence of bad manners, fool. Come on, I don't like that. That promotes obedience over survival, telling black youths to respect authority unconditionally. That ignores the reality that many of them were killed while being respectful. A lot of black people sitting there giving their ID and the whole shebang and still getting shot. Philando Castile. He didn't do nothing. He was like, yeah, you know, I'm a gun owner. What? Bam. Like, damn. Tamir Rice. That was a kid doing what a kid was supposed to do, playing in the park. They pulled up and just blew this kid away. The race soldier was never punished. Miss me with that. What are you talking about? That advice don't give us no damn protection. See, that reflects on an outsider's disconnect. As a first generation Trinidadian, you don't really carry that's the generational spirit we have against oppression. We have a spirit where we constantly fight against that. You see? So his message comes from a foreign lens of being colonized psychologically. We're not colonized psychologically. That's him just reinforcing white supremacist talking points. That just comply rhetoric, that's the white supremacists be saying that shit so they can dodge accountability, so they can blame us every time they blow us away. Sonia Massey in her house, in her kitchen, and got shot in her damn head in her kitchen by a race soldier. Come on, dude. No, we don't do that. That's tether talk. See, that erases the power imbalance. See, that pastor's talking like police and children are on equal footing. They're not. One side is armed and backed by the state and the United States military. The other one is vulnerable. So framing the argument as disobedient kids, that ignores the inherent power imbalance. And talking like that, you try to undermine the Black resistant movements. By talking that submissive ass talk, you're delegitimizing the movements that we have out here, where we stand up to oppressive authority. Authority doesn't mean good all the time. Authority ain't good all the damn time. The civil rights movement, the Black church's tradition of resistance. See, people like this try to tell us to accept oppression quietly, like they did in his homeland. And we're saying, no, nigga, no thank you. We ain't you. Sitting up here talking about how if we just act certain, we act this way, act that way, that makes Black lives conditional. The implication there is that a Black child's right to live depends on how well they behave. That logic isn't applied to white children. So that makes a Black life conditional, not inherent, and it don't work like that. We have to challenge the system. If a Black life of a child is conditional, that system better be challenged, and you tethers ain't gonna challenge it, so who else is gonna do it? Hell out of here. See, this people like that, they exploit the pulpit so they can push state loyalty. See, these new tethers, they come in, they get that race-based initiative money and start bucking their damn eyes. And then they come in and try to disrespect the lineage struggle of foundational Black Americans. We fought for centuries to confront injustice, slave revolts, civil rights, modern activism. So somebody who's new booty coming over here telling us to be quiet and obey, that's some arrogant, misinformed, and dangerous bullshit that I don't like. Right. I don't like it, and I don't respect it. I don't like it. That's why we got to get tethers out of our damn mix. They got to go. Because what they do, let's be real, these people were failing. Your parents failed in their homeland. I'm not trying to be mean, but people have a shame about failing and having to flee their homelands. And then they try to bring that failure and that cowardice mindset over onto us, where you didn't stand up for your lineage, you didn't stand up for your homeland, you found something better, which what we created. We made it better, and then you had to come to where it was better, made by us. So they come here and project their own cowardice onto foundational Black Americans. You didn't fight or build. You came over here because of our resistance spirit, and then you got a problem with it because you don't have it in you. They've been conditioned to survive through submission. A lot of these immigrant cultures, many of them, they've internalized survival through compliance with colonial rulers, dictatorships, and caste systems. So their mindset tells them, don't rock the boat. Foundational Black Americans, we're natural boat rockers. That's what we do. We rock boats. That's what we do. And see, their mindset is to seek approval from white power structures. Foundational Black Americans, that's not our mindset. These immigrants, man, they're eager to immigrate and to assimilate into whiteness or proximity of power. So they try to preach that passivity to foundational Black Americans because that's the path they took to get approval. You feel me? They're projecting, man. And the thing is, they want us to dim our light. They want foundational Black Americans to tone our Majora spirit down. See, that boldness and innovation and cultural dominance of foundational Black Americans, it's intimidating. And rather than rise to that level, tethers will come over here and try to convince us to shrink down and behave on a lower level like them. And no.
Fuck.
Absolutely not.
Damn alarm going off in my building.
See, they try to mistake foundational Black American resistance for recklessness. Because, see, many of them were psychologically socialized under oppressive regimes where challenging authority meant death or exile. And they can't really comprehend strategic rebellion. So they label our resistance as angry or troublemaking, when in fact it's principled and it's effective. Like we're rocking the boat now with this case with our brother down in Texas, and it's working so far. You see? So the thing is, these people, man, they benefit from the foundational Black American struggle without them contributing to it. See, these tethers, they reap the benefits and the fruits of foundational Black American blood, sweat, and victories. Civil rights, affirmative action, housing policies, education access, and then you preach that we should calm down and not fight for the very systems that continues to abuse Black people? No, 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 no. No. Come on now. See, they're afraid of rocking their immigration status. See, they know their parents had to come over here and shut up, because you get deported if you raise trouble over here. You didn't, you had to shut up back home. Somebody would, the Asians or the whites would beat you with a stick. So they just run from beatings, and it's all about laying low and hiding and ducking and dodging. And you want us to duck and dodge with you. You don't understand that foundational Black American warrior ancestry because you don't have it. Foundational Black Americans, we're warriors. We don't run. We could have ran. We didn't. We don't run no where. We stand on business. We resisted slavery. We built underground railroads, launched rebellions, built colonies in the damn swamp. We stand on business. That's foreign to a lot of people. We rebuilt Black funded towns over and over again in this country, created every part of American culture. We created all of the music genres. We revolutionized sports and so many other things. So we've dealt with oppression in all areas of activity, and we have risen above it. You understand? So that DNA don't resonate with those whose heritage comes from fleeing and submitting. I'm not trying to be mean. I promise you I'm not trying to be mean, but I take offense when somebody who ain't from the lineage comes preaching to us about some bullshit, telling us to be submissive and obey, and man, sit down. They want to redefine Blackness on their terms by pushing this docile, obedient version of Black identity. They want to erase that confrontational brilliance of the foundational Black American experience. See, that's a quiet form of cultural domination. See, they're trying to repackage Blackness as compliant, immigrant-friendly, and non-threatening to whiteness. That's why we're questioning who these people are whenever the grassroots are pushing a line, getting folks out of jail and getting justice, and then some mysterious characters pop up taking photo ops. Who is that nigga? You understand? We got questions. We questioning people. And this dude down in Texas, we are questioning this dude, and we got our eye on him. Let me get Brother Black Alpha in here, because Black Alpha has been on that dude's bumper, giving us a lot of good information about him. Go ahead, Brother Black Alpha.
Peace and respect, family. I thank you for having me up, family. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
All right, I just want to give the family a few key points on some of the things I learned about this mysterious Dominique Alexander guy from some of the things that we've been following. And one is is clearly this man's lineage is in definite question. Definite. I'm
Yeah.
thinking Alexander Haitian. I mean, I've seen some pictures of a few of his cousins. I mean, brother, they look like Wyclef. I mean, I'm just being honest. And that was some of the girl cousins. But he also has a massive rap sheet. He was a legend. This is all alleged. Shook a baby. He put his hands on his girlfriend. He went to jail for theft. I mean, just a rap sheet that is enormous. I've heard him actually speak about reparations. I actually had to find a podcast that he was on. It wasn't even visual, it was just audio, where he spoke about reparations. And the white host asked him, how do you feel about reparations and who should qualify? And I noticed that he evaded that question and he immediately went into an HR 40 and Sheila Jackson Lee and Cory Bush. He's a big supporter, brother, of Cory Bush and Cory Booker. I mean, all the Corys, brother. He loves them. So he's ultra Democratic shield. And what I've noticed today on his social media accounts, he's low-key taking credit for our brother coming out. He's almost acting as if he's a lawyer. And if you notice today when the lawyer was speaking, when the lawyer was talking a few times, he kind of hushed the lawyer and kind of was like guiding the lawyer. Very mysterious. And brother, you know, our lineage, we know new faces. We see things that are out of place, and it's right for all of us to continue to question because now the dominant society, if you see the social media accounts, they're using this man as a proxy to come after our good brother, and they're bringing up some of the IRS claims and his 501c3 organization. They're saying they haven't paid taxes. All this is alleged, but it's just things you got to, keep an eye on. And to your point, brother, and I'll land with this, to your point was a great point. The more we see some of these fraudulent activists, the more we got to push the line and let everybody know that it's us in the Black grassroots FBA all day. We're the ones who are really leading this because the Democrats have been quiet. Roland Martin's talking about Applebee's and Longhorn Steakhouse. He ain't said he talk about that every day though. But they're not talking about it. It's us who are pushing the line. We're the ones who've been really holding it down. And all of those activists from the past, the Benjamin Crumps and them, they're gone, and it's a new wave, brother. And we're going to continue to stay on it. So I appreciate you, brother. Certified salute.
My brother, man. Black Alpha. Y'all got to follow that brother, man. Cattler. Hop in, Cattler. Mr. Cattler. Somebody would have.
I wasn't expecting you to pull me up.
There you go. Well, you requested, so there it is.
I was just curious. What is your official stance on the Karmelo?
No, I'm still here. I told you the alarm went off in my building. It's still going off.
Okay. So we know he's a tether.
Yes.
That's a long time for it to be going up. It's off.
It's still going off. They just now pulled up.
Long time.
Yeah, it's still going on. They just pulled up. I just heard them. All right, so it's like 10 more minutes left of this, and then we can wrap this up.
What's the narrative that you believe is
that he's innocent and he was using self-defense?
So you believe that he felt threatened and that's why he pulled a knife?
Yep. I felt, from what I've seen and from the evidence so far, and there's still more evidence coming out, but this was a classic self-defense case. He was accosted aggressively. He was harassed and people put hands on him, and he feared for his safety. He feared for bodily harm and possibly death with these two 6 foot plus 225-pound dudes standing over him, and he's only 5'9" and 130 pounds. So he felt like he had to do what he had to do to get out of that situation. Right? Isn't that self-defense?
What is the evidence? I don't know. I all I know is that from what I've seen in the media is that he pulled the knife after the one kid touched his backpack. So I never heard that there was a self-defense claim.
Yeah. That's what self-defense is. And this whole he just touched his backpack. No, I'm from what I'm understanding, it was more than that. It was more of a physical assault. and this person kept physically assaulting him after Karmelo gave verbal warnings to stop doing so. He just kept doing it, so he had to do what he had to do. So that's self-defense. It's classic self-defense based on the Kyle Rittenhouse case, based on the Daniel Penny case, and many other precedents that have been set in cases that lethal force can be used. Now, I don't even think Kyle was trying to kill him. I think Kyle was just trying to neutralize the threat. That's why he asked later on when he got to safety, he wanted to know, was Austin okay? He didn't realize he killed him. So, what do you think about him?
I really don't know enough to comment, but I think that it seems like quite an escalation from a physical altercation. Like, that's especially at like a public place like that. Like, why did he have a weapon? Things like that. I wonder. And I'm also curious I didn't see any reports about like him saying to stop. Like, where did you see that?
Yeah, in the police report, he told him, he warned him, like, hey, man, don't touch me. If you touch me again, see what happens. So he kept warning him to basically back up, and Austin kept doing it. So what else are you going to do? If somebody keeps accosting you, what are you going to do? Huh? That's what self-defense laws are for, right?
That depends on the person, I believe. But that was my only question, so thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay. That's cat litter. Yeah. They don't never know nothing. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I didn't hear that. I don't know. What would you do? I don't know. It depends. I don't know. Yeah, people want to act dumb. Okay. Oh, man. Let's get some more folks in here. Bushmeat Barrister, speaking of tethers. Bushmeat Barrister, hop on. Bushmeat Barrister. Wait, hold on. My bad. I thought I had you up, Bushmeat. Let me add you back. What's up, Bushmeat?
I'm glad to see Karmelo, he bonded out today. However, I'm pretty sure you're fully aware that trials are won by who's on the jury. I mean, one of the main reasons why George Zimmerman got acquitted was because of the jury pool. Primarily, the majority of the jurors were white women. And I really do think that's going to be the same case in Frisco, Texas. I'm not sure if you're fully aware of the demographics, but over 50% of the residents in Frisco, Texas are white, and about 35% they're Asian. So pretty much the vast majority of his peers are going to be Caucasian and Asian. There are hardly any Black people in Frisco, Texas. So it's really a high likelihood that he is going to be convicted, if not for murder, but probably of a lesser offense like manslaughter.
So you think he's going to be convicted just because the jury pool is white and Asian?
Yes, I mean that's how things happen. I mean, it happened with the whole George Zimmerman case. OJ got acquitted was because the majority of the people sitting in the jury pool they were African American. So, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, unless they decide to move the trial to somewhere like Harris County in Houston, Texas, but I highly doubt that's going to happen. I think the majority of his jurors are going to be white and Asian.
Well, in that area, I'm pretty sure they're going to pull some Black folks in that case. I'm pretty sure they're going to have some Black jurors there, and I'm pretty sure some white jurors are going to do the right thing and look at the evidence and see that this was self-defense. I just hope my biggest concern, it's not even the white people on the jury. It's tethers like you. That's going to
there aren't going to be any tethers.
No, because there are a lot of tethers out there.
Yeah, you're all right. Yeah, you're right.
Texas is tether central right now. It's a lot of you out there, Bushmeat Barrister.
Asian tethers, not Black tethers. Asian tethers.
There's a lot of y'all Africans. There's a lot of you Africans.
Almost half of the population there, they're Asians. And I
There's a
I'm almost
lot
certain
of
that
Africans out. When I go out there, it's always a tether.
Not in Frisco, Texas. Not in Frisco, Texas, though.
It's a lot of y'all.
Collin County.
Y'all are out there. And I think you live out there in Texas somewhere.
No, I live in Chicago, but
y'all
in Collin County, Texas, they have a large Asian population, and I can assure you they do not agree with what Karmelo did. I'm pretty sure that they believe that they.
Tethers don't either. Y'all tethers don't. That's why I don't want y'all to get on there, because y'all gonna get up there siding with white people. Y'all gonna be showing out, trying to get you some butter biscuits. So yeah, I'd rather just the white supremacists get on up there if that's the case. But I think there's some fair-minded people out there who's going to be on that jury pool, and I think our brother might get acquitted. Because he did not do anything wrong. He protected himself. He did what the law said. The law grants you self-protection, self-defense, and he utilized that. That was unfortunate. Nobody needs to wanted to die or whatever. And I don't think he planned on killing anybody. So that's going to come out. This wasn't premeditated. Wasn't first-degree murder. There was nothing premeditated about it. So I think that he has a great chance of walking. So that's my conjecture.
We shall see.
Yes.
Have a good one.
All right, Bushmeat Barrister. That's Bushmeat Barrister, and that's the musty tether from Nigeria somewhere.
Good way.
That alarm finally went off. All right, Letitia, what are your thoughts?
Nothing. All right. Tethers are tethers. Now that was very clear that dude was tethered.
Yep. So that pastor definitely a tether.
I mean, he can obviously he obviously is an FBA, because I mean he would never said nothing like that. You know what I mean? It's almost like an everyday thing that we have to fight. Racial white supremacy, law, fucking every sort of injustice, including our businesses, how we dress, how we act, how we behave. So I mean, if he was for the soil, born and raised, he would not have said anything stupid like that.
Right.
And it clearly wasn't so.
Yeah, he said there's people from Trinidad. He said it's the first that was born in this country out of his family.
I'm sure it's with him a service, an actual service. Being a motherfucker that obviously don't respect us. He obviously don't respect us or himself or the up and coming children. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, y'all. So this is gonna conclude season 5, episode 4, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on today for part 3. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, and the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. So if Letitia has nothing else to add, I'll say peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and black empowerment. Saying Nkrumah and Lady Chase on and out.
Peace.
Peace.